All right, we'd like to, great turnout today for our June 2nd Wildlife Board meeting. Appreciate all of you taking the time to be here. My name is Kevin Albrecht, Chairman of the Wildlife Board. We'd like to remind the audience that this meeting is broadcast live. It'll be on YouTube and we'll have many people following that way. When the time comes for comments, we will have you come up to this microphone and present your name and where you're from and who you represent. With that, I'd like to give time for the Wildlife Board to introduce themselves. We'll start with Bryce.
Bryce Thurgood, I represent the Northern.
Carl Hurst, I'm from the Central Region.
Randy Durth, represent the Northeast region.
Wade Heaton, Southern Region.
Gary Nelson, Central Region.
All right, is Brett joining online? Okay, and so Brett Selman from the Northern Region, and he'll be joining us in a little bit. So, thank you. All right, I would like to turn the time over for discussion on the agenda.
I'll make the motion that we approve the agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor? Approved, unanimous. How about the minutes?
I'll make the same motion with the minutes that we approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion by Carl, seconded by Bryce. All in favor? Motion passes unanimous. Vice Chairman, do we have any old business or action log?
We don't at this time. We do have some in the fall coming up, but we don't at this time.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to turn some time over to the director for division update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that okay? The DWR update for our June 2nd meeting. These are wipers that were caught in our gillnet sampling at Newcastle Reservoir, which is also the place where we set a new state record last year. So lots of great work being done there. Just wanted to start. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. Our administrative services section, our antlerless application period is open, and the last day to apply is June 16th, with results coming out no later than July 7th. The application period is July 6th through the 20th for the following bird hunts: sage grouse, sandhill crane, sharp-tailed grouse, and swan. From our habitat section, our final habitat project budgets have been approved. With our partners' help, we will be putting more than $40 million towards projects requested for FY23, which is a record. These include summer and winter range treatments, WMA habitat improvements, and drinking water sources for wildlife. As part of that, we have 5 regional tours of habitat projects in June, partnering with WRI on those, and you are welcome to attend those. I think we have the dates posted on our website as well as through other media channels. So guzzler work is underway, a lot of maintenance and new installations going on, and all of our WMAs are currently open from the winter closures. Our law enforcement section will have 4 new officers graduating post this month and likely headed to the Central, Southern, and Southeastern regions. We also just listed a job announcement for 5 new officers that'll begin post in July. Our officers have been helping at the National Archery in the Schools program tournament and the Youth Education Challenge. From our wildlife section, we're seeing avian influenza cases statewide, particularly in our birds of prey and waterfowl species, and even a red fox. Bird banding has been canceled due to that for many species. As was everyone up here should know, that if you want to apply for a swan permit, you have to take the swan identification course, which is now an annual requirement. Our sage grouse let counts have finished up, and sage grouse counts are up in most areas this year. We're going to be starting our bear and turkey plan committees this summer. And then our biologists are also out conducting spring range assessments on big game winter ranges. From our conservation outreach section, just wanted to throw this slide in here. Billy Fenimore, who actually ran this center for us, passed away in May. He was a big part of what we did, was a great partner for this, was the perfect individual to run this center for us. We're really going to miss him, and he was an advocate and ambassador for all things wildlife. I mean, he loved to bird watch, just really passionate, worked great with youth, and we're really going to miss Billy and we're kind of at his spot today, so we wanted to throw this slide in there. Other things going on in our conservation outreach section, our shooting sports team recently worked with the National Archery Schools, or Archery in the Schools program, to host the Western Nationals. We had more than 1,500 participants from 22 states and Washington, D.C. And a Utah student, Cheyenne Slaughter from Carbon County High, won the overall competition scoring 296 out of 300. Utah schools from Carbon County also won the teams competition in the elementary and middle school divisions. That's quite the feat. Our aquatic section, we've collected approximately 700 striped bass eggs so far. We fertilize them with milk sperm from male white bass to create the sterile hybrid species, the wiper, which you saw the picture of the first slide. The eggs are looking good, and we expect a high hatch rate. And we have a lot of wiper fisheries across the state that are really taking off. And I wanted to highlight that a little bit today with a short video and talking about our razorback suckers and what we've been doing there and with tagging and tracking. I think you're going to see this from as part of our update every board meeting. I'd like to give a short presentation on a project or something the division is working on that it really highlights the success of collaboration and teamwork. And this is what we're going to talk about today. With our migration initiative, has just been a huge success with our partners, and I wanted to show this quick video. Mike, do I need to press something again?
Razorback sucker, a large, uniquely shaped fish, is native to the Colorado River Basin. It's found nowhere else in the world. Over the decades, habitat changes and competition from non-native species hurt razorback sucker populations, and the species was listed as endangered in 1991. Since that time, multiple state and federal agencies have worked together and used hatchery-raised fish to help grow and restore razorback sucker populations. This animation tells the story of one hatchery-raised fish and its remarkable journey of nearly 1,000 miles over dams, through reservoirs, and across state lines. Before they stocked this razorback sucker, biologists inserted a small tracking tag under its skin, similar to the microchips used to identify pets. 4 years after it was stocked near the town of Green River, Utah, biologists captured the fish 291 river miles away on the Gunnison River in Colorado. Over the next 2 years, this fish moved back downstream, traversing the rapids of Westwater Canyon and swimming under rafts and kayaks on its way to Lake Powell. Exactly how razorback suckers use Lake Powell as habitat is not well understood, but biologists used a specialized antenna to detect this particular razorback sucker near Castle Butte. In fact, all the data points in this video were generated each time the fish was captured or swam close to an antenna. After leaving Lake Powell, this razorback sucker swam up some of the biggest rapids on the Colorado River during the peak of spring flooding and traveled through Cataract Canyon in Canyonlands National Park. Thunderous rapids and swift water are no obstacle for a razorback sucker, but man-made dams are a different story. Just 2 months later, an antenna at the Tusher Diversion Dam near Green River, Utah, detected our fish once again. Dams like this are often barriers to upstream fish migration. But the Tusher Dam and many others in the upper Colorado Basin have been modified with fish passage structures. These structures can allow big river fishes such as the razorback sucker to complete their life cycle and reproduce in the wild. After it successfully traveled past the dam, our fish headed towards one of the most important spawning areas for razorback suckers in the Green River. This spawning area, aptly named Razorback Bar, has antennas that detect tagged fish each spring. The razorback suckers spawn in gravel and rocks along the river bottom as spring snowmelt begins to raise river levels. The eggs hatch and tiny fish drift downstream just as spring floods, and strategically timed high flow releases from the Flaming Gorge Dam provide access to warm, food-rich wetlands along the river's edge. These important nursery areas provide ideal habitat for wild spawn juvenile razorback suckers. The biologists working to restore razorback sucker populations look forward to tracking the movements of this new generation of wild fish as they set out on their own epic journeys.
I wanted to show that clip because I think it demonstrates a couple things. We are doing amazing work through our wildlife migration initiative, and the data that is being collected is just amazing, and it's helping us to understand a lot of questions that we really haven't in the past. And that's the other part I want to focus on, is with the new technology that we're gathering this data, it leads to a lot of work. There's a lot of things that we are currently understanding better that are going to lead to a lot of big projects and a lot of collaboration in the future. And I think that video is a good example of that. With that, Mr. Chair, I am done.
Director, thank you. It's a great reminder of all the great work that's happening out there. And sometimes we get real focused on one issue, but some great work, and thanks to all involved. With that, we'll start with our agenda item number 5, conflict of interest.
Morning.
Good morning, Kyle.
How are y'all doing?
Great. Did I hear that you're joining us from your honeymoon?
I am, yeah.
That is a dedicated person.
Well, I set out to do something. I set out to do it, so I'm here for you guys. And I won't take up too much time, and I appreciate y'all give me just a few minutes to do a quick refresher. You know, this has been about it comes up a lot in answering questions, but we haven't had a proper discussion about it since our last rack and board training, which was last year. So it's a good time to just quickly run through and try to help clarify how to identify conflicts and whether or not you need to recuse. So kind of what I'm working from is the Public Officer Employee Ethics Act, which is in Code Section 67, and then our Department of Natural Resources Statute section, which is 79. So kind of to break these down, we really have two categories that we look at. You have actual conflicts of interest and perceived conflicts of interest. Actual conflicts of interest are ones that would require a board member to disclose a conflict and then abstain from voting. That does not mean the board member could not participate in discussion and be heard up until the point of voting. They just can't vote. So examples of that is the employee or member is an officer, employee, director, or administrator in an organization or business that may be financially or economically impacted. And that goes both directions, positively or negatively. The employee or member, their spouse or minor children hold a substantial ownership interest in an organization that may be financially or economically impacted. Substantial ownership interest is defined. That's a 10% or more. An employee, a member, or their family member or children may be financially or economically impacted either way in a manner that would treat them different from the general public. What I mean there is, you know, your interest in this potential vote would be different from someone else who could be sitting in the audience. a employee or member is unable to objectively evaluate or make an independent decision on a proposal before the public body for the decision and do some sort of affiliation, they just can't remain objective. And finally, the member has personal investments in any organization or business, which will create a substantial conflict between private and public interest. So again, those are conflicts largely tied to financial and economic interest or outcomes from a vote. The overall policy in those last two bullet points that I read off are impacts to your impartiality. But what we find most concerning is when there is a financial benefit or loss to a potential voting item. And those are examples when a board member would need to disclose a conflict and then recuse themselves from voting on that specific agenda item. Conversely, you have perceived conflicts, and this is the broad spectrum of everything else, right? This is where you come back to that policy argument of upholding the public's trust in the process and the integrity of the body. And what's required there is if you feel like in your gut that something may be seen as a conflict of interest, to say, hey, this is what I'm involved in. There's no financial interest here. I don't feel like it creates a substantial conflict, but I feel like it's good to state it on the record. And once you do that, if you do feel that you can vote objectively, you disclose it and you can proceed with voting on that agenda item. So with that, is there any questions we want to run through real quick?
And any questions from the board for Kyle? Looks like none.
Oh, and also just want to say, these things are conflicts are a case-by-case basis. As they come up, feel free to reach out to myself or Charles Lyons, my associate, who's also in the office or in the audience today, and we'll walk through and find the best way forward to address any of your concerns.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you all.
Hope you go spend some quality time.
I will. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Any questions from the board? Okay. No, this was informational, but any questions from the rack chairs? Okay. All right. Appreciate that from Kyle. And with that, we'll go to agenda item number 6, up on game management plan.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Do you just want me to start off with some opening remarks as I did in the RAC meetings?
Yes, and anything that information that you learned or input that you'd like to share from those meetings.
Great. So just first with the rule change that would need to happen if one of the recommendations were to be accepted is with R 657-54-12, identification of species and sex in the turkey rule. We have currently, it states, during the spring seasons, the head and beard must remain attached to the carcass of the wild turkey while being transported. So we would need to strike that during the spring seasons portion and strike the second portion completely, which states during the fall season, only the head must remain attached to the carcass of the wild turkey while being transported. While we're talking about turkeys, as far as the recommendation of the one hunter's choice permit and 2 beardless permits in the fall, we did want to use that recommendation because we are noticing that there is an increase or a higher male harvest generally in the fall seasons. And we are using those fall seasons as a small tool, as one of our tools in small isolated areas to decrease those localized populations. So we just want to be able to ameliorate those nuisance and depredation issues. And each year we do have the latitude to alter fall hunt boundaries, season dates, and the maximum permits allowed per region. So we will be opening the turkey plan this summer, and we'll be reaching out to a number of individuals to serve on that committee. So we are going to be taking that turkey plan back through this process next year at this time. The legislature decided to task the Wildlife Board with deciding which species to allow air rifles to be legalized. So because we already allow rimfire firearms for turkeys in the fall and for rabbits and hares, that's why we came up with the recommendation to utilize air guns for those species in those seasons. And just to reiterate the rack packet, there are different minimum requirements that would ensure that the air guns would be lethal. So they would have to utilize a pre-charged pneumatic air rifle producing a velocity of at least 2,000 PSI and energy of 30 foot-pounds at the muzzle, and a 25 caliber weighing 18 grains or more with a pellet or slug. So some of the other acts have asked to approve this recommendation based on the addition of some kind of conservation stamp in lieu of the PR tax. And that's just something that's been on the table at the other RAC meetings.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Heather, we've been hunting in the fall for 5-6 years anyway.
Since 2014.
Okay. Are we having an impact? Are our populations down? Are the populations up? We're having more tom harvest. Obviously, if you've got a choice, I think the hunters are going to take the tom over. So
Sure.
are our populations up? Obviously, the two beardless is to put them down a little bit. But the people that contacted me said the populations are already down and there's probably a reason for that. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to use my own slideshow. Sorry, Mike. Can I just join the meeting and do it from there? Okay. Sorry, Carl, 1 second. I just want to be able to skip around to specific slides to make it go a little bit quicker. So 1 second. And I was going to be ready, but the internet wouldn't let me on this morning. So I'm using a hotspot. It's still getting ready to join, it says. I'm sorry.
And any other questions for her while that comes up?
Kind of like how we address the deer, when we start to see them trend down, we have that metric to pull back. Is that something that because it seems like in that email you sent us, last night or this morning, I guess yesterday, that a lot of the over-the-counter harvests are trending down or trending sharply down in harvest. And it seems like obviously most of the discussion I have is from the people in the northern region, but where a lot of it seems like in the fall, 3,000 to 5,000 permits get sold. So I don't know. It seems like that would be an area that we could.
And I'm going to show some graphs to speak to that definitely.
Okay.
I just have, I'm not able to share my PowerPoint now. I am joined though, so we're getting closer.
I won't talk anymore until you get your thing fixed. Because I know it's frustrating to do two things at once.
Okay, so this is our general, just all across the board, all of our hunts, total permits, total harvest. We do recognize that we have had a decline in the last few years, likely due to drought, very limited recruitment. It's been really hot and dry, not a lot of forbs and insects in those brood rearing areas. So, and then we have the fall turkey harvest broken out by each region, just to show that there are more males than females taken. So I can just go through these really quickly. And then the spring harvest as well. So it is true that limited entry has been down a little bit over time, but over the counter, we're still seeing a positive trend line. Northern region, again, we have the male to female fall harvest, and then also our northern region spring harvest is kind of the same as our central. So overall, we're still seeing a good number of turkeys, but that limited entry season that everybody is concerned about, we have seen a slight decline in that. Southern region, again, mostly males. Some years we have had more female take. That spring harvest trend, we did have a dip as we expected with the drought, and then we're still seeing a stable to increasing trend line. Then Southeastern region fall harvest and Southeastern region spring harvest. In Northeastern region, they don't have a fall hunt, so this is just their spring harvest. So we have had some of these positive, stable to positive trend lines over time, but I think that what everybody's really interested in is seeing this overall view, and we do recognize that there has been drought and that we have likely seen somewhat of a dip. We do utilize that published research that assumes that gobbler harvest in the spring accounts for 10% of the population. And with that, having said that, we would have approximately 29,000 turkeys in the state. And would you just like me to read off the last couple of years? Would that be helpful just to see how it's fluctuated over time? Okay, 1 second, let me bring up that information. So the spring harvest in 2021, we will get this spring data back sometime in July. So we'll know for this year, but in 2021, it was 2,968. 2020 was 3,672. 2019 was 3,056. 2018 was 3,300. 2017, 3,238. 2016, it's 3,561. And then we just see, 2015 in the 3,000s. Then in 2014 and 2013, we're down into the 2,000s. And 2013, 2012, we're in the 1,000s. And then the 3 previous years back to 2008, we have in the 2,000s as well. So we do recognize that there has been a decline. We have been adjusting our permits and our fall boundaries, our fall permit numbers, as well as our spring permit numbers in response to that, but we're not down below where we've been in the last decade or two. So
I guess my question would be we know we're in a drought. We are this year again. The forecast doesn't look too much better, that maybe we kind of get ahead of the curve, and maybe, especially some of those fall permits. It seems like excessive amount of fall permits especially in the north in the fall. Couple questions, would you be all right if we quit hunting them on public ground in the fall? Because the fall hunt was more to target the problem birds, right? On private.
That's correct. Yes.
And would you be all right if we cut the number of tags significantly in the fall in the north to, maybe jump ahead of the curve before it's too late. You know what I mean?
Definitely. So we've already had those discussions with our biologists in all the regions. Central is omitting some of their boundaries for the fall, as well as Southern. The Central did institute a cap last year in response to the declining numbers, and we have spoken with the Northern region. They've also talked about taking out of that particular piece that you're referring to, as well as redefining some of their boundaries and looking into setting a cap and all that. So, yep, we are definitely discussing that.
But not for this year.
Yeah, for this year.
For this year.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Our boundaries and our season dates and permit numbers, all that will be set August 1st. So we're just waiting to get our spring data back in July, and then we can tweak all of those numbers to proceed accordingly.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question? Heather, why doesn't the Northeastern region have a fall hunt currently?
To my knowledge, they just haven't had the damage complaints that to require a fall hunt. We do have Dax here, so if he needs to speak to that specifically, but yep. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Yes.
We've noticed it down the central region too. The turkey numbers are down, and the guys that are really into turkeys have noticed it dramatically, just as the guys that are really into deer and elk have noticed their decline. And again, with projected the drought, I know in a good year, hunting has no influence whatsoever on turkey flock mortality, but we haven't had one of those years for quite a few years. And I wonder if we ought to back off a little on the hen harvest until we see where it's going to, we end up with another couple of years of drought. It'll look bad, not look bad, but it'll, our numbers will be down far enough that it'll be a significant drop. So I'd like to look at just looking at those numbers. I mean, I realize, there are areas where we would need to cull where there are problems. I mean, I recognize the need for that, but right now, based on even my anecdotal observations of it being out and about, there's way less turkeys than there has been the last several years. And so I think where they're already down, we ought to just kind of leave them alone a little bit and let them stabilize. And once they start building back in the way they typically would build on a good year, then we could talk about culling them again.
We'll form that into a question and let you answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. We do realize that there have been definitely a decline, and then that hen harvest can create an impact. It's walking a very fine line because we do need that tool. We don't want to be allowing resident hens to grow poults on the backs of landowners. So we are cognizant that we're trying to alleviate that issue. And that's why the central region has always been just private lands only. So there are multiple private lands where hunting is not allowed, and they can seek refuge on low elevation private or public and other private lands where there is no hunting allowed. So there are some areas for them to go, and creating that hunting pressure to try to push them off of those properties just so that we can assuage the nuisance and depredation. But we are definitely looking at those numbers as you suggested, and we will be able to tweak that once we get our spring data back.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I have one, Heather. How hard is it to capture a turkey for transplanting? Tell me, I mean, is it something that you can put out a dozen traps and catch half of them, or is it something that you can put out a dozen traps and catch one?
It entirely depends on the situation, the topography of the area, and the turkeys, because some of them have been trapped before or have seen traps before and they get wise to it. But the biggest issue that I can see that would really impact our turkey trapping is whether we get some snow. So if we don't get those snow packs in the valleys where we can bait them in and there's just food everywhere, they're not congregating, it's really hard to get them to go into a trap. We do have other avenues. We've tried rocket nets, we've tried drop nets, but really the standard walk-in traps have been the highest success that we've had. We have to bait them for several days, have to make sure that turkeys are going in, know exactly when they are in those traps so we can hurry and close the gates and pull them out of the traps when we have the maximum number of turkeys. So it is quite labor intensive, but if we can get a bunch of turkeys that way, which we have over the years, it's definitely worth it. It's something that we've continued a lot of our efforts with.
Thank you.
All right, with that, any questions from RAC chairs? Okay. I see several of you that were able to go to our 5 racks and ask questions. If this is your first time at a board meeting, just explaining that the board is a little bit different than the racks. The racks is our informational gathering, not only for the board, but it's informational gathering for the public. And so that's your chance to go ask those questions. I see many of you have been to those racks, you've asked those questions. But at the board, we don't give time to the public to ask questions, but we do give you 3 minutes per individual to be able to, you've gathered your information at those racks, and you're here to be able to share with us your thoughts. And so with that, I'd like to give a little time to the director for, to summarize the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 6, upland game management plan, fall turkey permits, and air rifle recommendations. We had 6 online comments. 4 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 1 comment strongly disagreed with 1 neutral vote. Some of the major themes on that, the permit price was brought up, and having fall beardless hunt should be less than the spring hunts if you want people to harvest hens. 1 comment was supportive of the Central Region's RAC recommendation for a 2 permit limit in the fall, with only 1 being a bearded bird. Some comments about more transplants, upland game in general along the Wasatch Front. Multiple comments to the air gun and opposition to that. And then 1 comment on allowing a 22 to be used for taking upland game.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to our RAC chairs. We'll start with Braden for a report on motions and votes.
Chairman, could I make a recommendation just procedurally? Looks like we've got 3 things: turkeys, air guns, and the rest. Could we just do turkeys, go through this with the turkeys and then the air guns and then the rest of the proposal? Just separate those out as we go through.
So as you're asking the RAC chairs, they only.
As they go
report-
through here, just do the turkeys. We'll ask for audience turkeys, air guns, go through that, and then we'll see if we need to do anything else on the remainder.
I'm fine with that. That makes sense, RAC chairs?
It makes sense. My comment would be, we only have 1 motion.
That's okay.
So I appreciate that that's how the motions would be made in a minute, but I only have 1 motion.
Okay.
So our motion is that we accept the division's recommendations as presented for fall turkey permits and the use of air rifles prior to being taxed under the Pittman-Robertson Act. And that passed 9-1. The 1 opposed wanted that tax in place before they were allowed.
We did have a couple of motions in the Southeast region. The one pertaining to turkeys was the bulk of the division's recommendations. And that did pass 8-2. And the 2 dissenting votes on that was over concern with take of hens in the drought conditions and what impact that might have to the numbers of turkeys.
In the Northeast RAC, we had 1 motion to accept the presentation as presented by the division, and it passed 5-1. The 1 dissenting vote was related to the Pittman-Robertson tax issue on the air guns, that they were concerned on that.
Thank you.
That was it. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. Do you want me to go through all our motions or just related to turkey?
I
have
think
2.
you can go through them. We can separate it here
Okay.
with our votes.
Yep. So we had 2 motions. We had a fair amount of discussion on both the topics. The first motion was to accept the DWR recommendations for air rifle as presented on the condition of the implementation of a tax similar to the PR tax at either the state or the federal level. That was passed unanimously. The second motion was to reduce the number of fall tags to 2, 1 bearded, 1 non-bearded, and accept the balance of the recommendations as presented. That resulted in a tie with the chairman breaking the tie for an end result of 5 in favor, 4 opposed. The opposition to that motion was a combination of individuals liking the DWR's recommendation for the point that the fall tags are a management tool, and they didn't want to see that management tool effectiveness reduced by the limitation of the tags, as well as one that is not in favor of fall hunts at all.
Thanks, Ben.
Yep, thank you.
Justin?
In the Northern Rack, we had two motions concerning this agenda item. The first one was that there was an motion that we accept the use of air guns as presented, with the exception that a conservation stamp equal to the price value that would be generated from the Pittman-Robertson Act. And that passed 9-2. The two votes in opposition felt that the amount of work that it may take for the division to put in place a conservation stamp probably wouldn't equal out to the money generated. So they felt like that was a lot of work for it. And then the next motion was to accept the remainder of the proposal as presented, and that passed 10-1. And the vote against that felt like there was some data that showed of the 3 permits, even though they were purchasing them, he felt like no one was shooting 3 birds, and so it was a waste of time to offer three permits in the fall, since no one in the statistics had killed 3 birds that they had surveyed.
Thanks, Justin. With that, we'll go to
Mr. Chairman.
comments from the audience. Looking.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh.
I guess there was some confusion. I was told we're just doing turkeys. So
Yeah.
we do have more motions that came out of Southeast region.
And sorry,
You
I
want those
created the
right now?
confusion.
Yeah. Go ahead and present that, because it's going to be hard to separate the comments from the audience. So we'll take them all and then we'll separate it when we go into our motion.
Okay.
So.
The other motion was with regard to strictly the air guns that we had. And there was a motion that was made to accept the division's proposal on air guns use, but with a couple of caveats on there. One was a recommendation to create some sort of a conservation stamp. And then actually the conversation went, and the recommendation was to have the legislature address that and create an excise tax. And then the other one was a recommendation to set a maximum power limit for the use of air guns. And in the email that Heather sent out yesterday, she kind of addressed that. But the concern over that was with what we seen happen with muzzleloaders. After muzzleloader seasons were enacted, people that hunted with traditional muzzleloaders in the 1970s, they wanted their own seasons. They fought for it. They lobbied. They got the seasons, and then technology and people being what they are, we find new ways to game the system nonstop. So muzzleloaders are no longer a primitive weapon, and there was some concern over that becoming a problem with air rifles as well. So that request was made, and that motion passed 8-2, and the 2 votes against that was, one vote was against it that did not agree with the capping the limit on power, and the other vote against that was concern over using air rifles at all and poaching becoming an issue with that. And that's the end now.
Okay. Thanks, Kent. With that, we've got the comment cards. You probably may have a comment on one or the other. I would say go ahead and present that comment, and we can separate that in our deliberations. First, we have Brandon Zundell, followed by Waylon Pritchett. Please state your name and where you're from, and each individual will have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm Brandon Zundel. I'm from the Northern region. Here representing myself. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, board members, for taking time out of your lives to be in these positions. I also want to thank Heather for taking the time to answer my emails and help me get the information that I needed to be able to present to you today. being from the northern region, 73% of our statewide harvest in the fall happens in the northern region. And I can tell you firsthand, it's noticed by us in the spring, the impact from the fall. I also appreciate that our local biologists are looking at that, and they're proactive, and they're going to control some boundaries, and they're going to set quotas as necessary. And I also think we do need to do feeding, trapping, transporting when possible to control nuisance birds. All that said, what I'm really here to talk to you about is the entire point of this change is to reduce the number of toms killed during the fall hunt. Heather's presentation is pretty clear that toms are getting killed more than hens, and I don't blame those hunters for doing that. I would. What isn't included in Heather's presentation is this: 74% of the fall turkeys that are harvested are by hunters that only harvest one bird. It doesn't matter how many tags they can fill, they're only filling one. Now, if the goal is to reduce the number of toms killed during the fall, and we know that hunters will kill tom if given the opportunity, and the vast majority only kill one bird, allowing those of us in the public to buy even a single bearded tag during the fall will not accomplish that goal. So set aside your thoughts about air guns and everything else up on game and just consider what I just told you, and help us out with our spring hunt by completely eliminating the ability for an over-the-counter purchase of a bearded fall tag. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Waylon, followed by Jordan Mattinson.
Waylon Pritchett, Central Region, representing myself. Thank you guys for the opportunity to come speak today. I oppose the proposed action of the fall permit allocation going to 2 unbearded and 1 either sex. In a recent article published advertising the spring general season hunt, it blatantly states that Utah's turkey populations have declined statewide last year and this year, likely due to drought and lower hatching and poult survival. To me, it does not make any sense to specifically target more hens when population numbers are on a decline and poult survival is already in jeopardy. I believe if you want to see more toms in the spring, it starts with having more hens produce more poults. I believe this is a short-term solution with long-term effects. You will see several years of drastically decreased populations if the harvest of hens is greatly increased. Our mule deer are in a very similar situation. A lot of studies have been done on fawn survival in the drought, and I don't believe a similar action would ever be proposed for deer. So why should it be proposed for turkeys? I've hunted turkeys in this state for 20 years. I've hunted every region of the state. I have seen the population at an all-time high, and I have seen winter and severe drought completely decimate our flocks. In all reality, they are up on game. We can lose them a heck of a lot faster than it took the decades to get them here in this state. And that's without our control. That's without putting our hand in it. In my opinion, our turkey hunt is one of the best opportunities in the state for youth and new hunters. And if turkey populations continue to decrease, hunters will get discouraged and from participating, and it will negatively impact Utah's hunting heritage and future. Thank you guys again for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Waylon. Jordan, followed by Kevin Norman.
Jordan Mattinson from the Central Region. I've hunted from north to south, 1st of April till the end of May for, the same as Waylon, probably 20 years. And just seeing them at an all-time high to what they are now, toms can't make poults. So we need to look at it. And I feel like this is a small fix. Just seeing it out on the Vernon unit, there's a loophole there where a lot of that Vernon unit out there in the Central Region, you're shooting them on private land, but it's been run as public. People are hunting the property as public land for a decade. And they're a small population out there. Hunting them out there, seeing them from even 5 years ago to where you're hunting good numbers of toms to what they are now, to where you're seeing micro flocks. Seeing groups 1, 2 birds in a canyon, and just seeing like that kind of stuff. We need to catch it before it gets too late. And like Waylon said, it's an upland bird. Just like that, they can be gone. And so we need to, in my opinion, we need to downsize that. If we're going to keep the fall hunt, take it down to 1, 2 birds if we can, and just see it to where we can get those populations on the increase. It's all across the country, populations are going down, and just like to see them come up. So thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Kevin, followed by Tanner Carlson.
Kevin Norman representing SFW today. I have lots of things to say and my thoughts are all over the place. So hopefully I can express how I feel. First of all, I want to say I think turkey hunting is kind of the saving grace right now for our youth and our new hunters. It's an incredible opportunity. It's good weather, high success on the hunt. Kids can get a tag every year, and there's nothing else like it. It's hard to get a deer tag. Success ain't great. And so I think we need to look at that. And I think we have to err on the side of caution right now. I feel like we're asleep at the wheel a little bit on this recommendation. Targeting hens just makes 0 sense to me. There's not a carrying capacity on turkeys. There's not a range capacity. Why aren't we growing turkeys and creating more opportunity for our youth and new hunters? Targeting hens, just like was said, we would never, on a declining deer herd, target does. SFW, our recommendation would be to go to 1 either sex permit. We understand it's a good tool to keep these birds at bay in problem areas. We'd also like to see no public ground in the fall turkey hunt. It just seems counterproductive to what this hunt was set out to do. When you allow this fall turkey hunt, it's obviously going to push. When you allow it on public ground, it's obviously going to push those birds onto private and create more problems. And also, we would like to see a cap on the northern region and on all regions. It's obvious that this hunt is used as a tool. It's kind of gauged off of the amount of depredation and problem turkeys that we have. And quite honestly, I feel like that's how our turkeys are managed, or on the same basis as how much problems. We'd like to get more involved in creating stopover feeding areas and more trapping, moving turkeys, rather than just decimating our flocks to fix the problem. So appreciate your guys' time. Hopefully you'll consider some of our recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Tanner, followed by Chuck Carpenter.
Tanner Carlson, Northern Region, representing myself today. I really love hunting turkeys. I love being able to get out and do. It's a fun thing to do, to have a turkey tag. I think the division needs to be. I'm grateful for all that they do and for Heather and all of her work, but I think we need to be a little more proactive and not reactive. So instead of continuing to decimate the herds in the fall, let's get ahead of the curve. We keep talking about decline. I've heard that about a dozen times this morning. We talk about drought. Let's get ahead of those things. Right now is the chance. We don't need to wait till next year for the turkey plan to come up or the turkey committee to be formed. We can do something now. There's a lot of factors that we can't control. One thing in the presentation this morning was the influenza. We keep trying to manage these numbers, but if we have influenza come up all of a sudden, we're on the defense and we're trying to grow turkeys. I would really like to see the fall go to 1 permit. I've hunted the Wasatch Front my whole life, and the turkeys aren't there anymore. And I know groups like SFW and NWTF, they're more than willing to feed turkeys in the winter, help pay for relocation. So I'd really like to keep our turkeys just thriving. Everywhere we go, let's see turkeys. Let's make sure that those don't go away like our deer. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tanner. Chuck, and that's the last comment card I have.
Thank you all. My name is Chuck Carpenter. I'm representing the Utah chapter of the National Wild Turkey Federation today. I guess just a quick blurb from the state board. The state board of the National Wild Turkey Federation supports the proposed changes to the fall hunt of 2 beardless tags and 1 hunter's choice. This support is given with the knowledge that the turkey plan will be open this summer, and we'll be submitting it next spring's rack. And so that'll allow us to evaluate the effects of the fall hunt and also look at the numbers. Like Heather said, they'll come in July. Recommendations for tag numbers even in the fall don't have to be till August. So hopefully we can look, that'll probably tell us like really what the trend is doing, you know, from 21 to 22. I think something that maybe hasn't been discussed is like the fact that 2020 COVID bump, we saw harvest in the general season like up 27%. Like that probably has a lot to do with it. And, you know, we're still seeing where it's going to even out. The NWTF state board preferred the use of trapping and translocation as a tool for dealing with nuisance birds, but we understand the division needs multiple tools, and that's what this fall hunt is. Kind of see that it kind of went off the rails a little bit, and this is trying to put it back on track. In the past, NWTF has supplied oat hay to keep some of these nuisance turkeys at bay, and we will continue to do so if the division deems appropriate. And I guess with air rifles, the board supports a DW air rifle recommendation with a caveat that we'd like to see some kind of payment into Pittman Robertson funds or similar conservation pool or fund. I think everybody has super valid concerns, and yeah, we should be, this is proactive and we should be err on the side of caution. I think everybody assumes that participation will probably go down a little bit in the fall hunt when you can't shoot toms. You know, if somebody told me I couldn't shoot a buck, I don't know if I'd go shoot a doe. And we have to take that into consideration. But the fact that you could shoot multiple hens, we have to consider that. So, and that's all, everything the division's been discussing, and I think they're well aware of it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. With that, Heather, do we have any clarification on the comments?
Sorry, clarification on any of the topics? Is that what you said?
On any of the comments? And
I don't think so. I think we've said everything. If there's anything that you feel you want me to reiterate that we've already discussed, but otherwise, I think we're good.
Thank you. All right, I will summarize the motions. For this, I guess it's a question to the board, but how about at this time I just present on the turkeys? Sound good? So the central region, the motion to reduce the number of fall tags to 2, 1 bearded and 1 non-bearded, and accept the balance. That passed 5-4. The northern region didn't have didn't have anything on turkeys. Is that correct, Justin?
Just accepted it
as presented. Okay. Southern region accepted as presented. Same as Southeast region and Northeast region. That's correct. Perfect. With that, I'll turn it over to the board for discussion.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to remove the division's ability to manage populations when it's necessary. We do have areas where we have private property that's getting destroyed by turkeys. There's not a lot, but I don't want to remove the the division's option to be able to deal with that strategically. But like I say, for the rest of the flocks, I'm not sure this is the year to talk about a bunch of new turkey tags. So
Heather, is the cost of a tag, is it still $35?
Now, we haven't increased the cost of the tags. Is that right, Lindy? She probably knows offhand, but yeah, there hasn't been an
It's still 35?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So basically, if, I'm hearing that 74% of the time we only kill one bird in the fall, but we can buy up to 3 tags, 1 bearded, 2 hand. It's a little more money in the coffers. Not a big deal. I guess I was thinking maybe we ought to just just kill 1 bird, but it sounds like 74% of the time we're doing that. The other 26%, how many birds is that? I mean, is it 100 birds? Is it 1,000 birds? Do you know how many birds we kill total in the fall? It's probably one of your slides I did.
Of course. One second. I'll pull up all that information. For just last year, I have it right here that parsed out by region of the purchased permits and then the total harvest. Is that what you're?
Yeah, yes. Total harvest, just fall harvest.
Yeah, total just fall harvest. Yep. So Northern region last year was 1,214. Southern was 96. Southeastern was 22. The Southern was 22. Southeastern was 300. Nope. I'm telling you all wrong. Let me start over. Sorry. The columns are far from the original thing. So the Northern was the 1,214. Southern was 96. Southeastern is 22. And Central was 320 birds last year. Yeah.
So we're talking about 300 birds killed. More than 1 bird killed, something like that, maybe. Okay, that helped me.
Yeah. So we had percent success of the hunters that harvested only 1 bird was 76% successful. The hunters that harvested 2 birds in the Central region was 18% successful, and 3 birds was 6% successful. So the majority is harvesting 1.
So that email you sent yesterday, it says there was 3,074 permits, but the harvest was only 306. That's different from what you just said.
You're right. There must have been an error because the Northern region was 3,074 permits and the total harvest was 1,214.
Okay.
So that's
That was the only one that was off? Everything, all the other ones were right?
They should be. I can go back and double check that and look for you. So yeah, it was probably just my error of mixing the regional numbers. Also, we just wanted to clarify really quickly for the Central region. I know that they had passed the motion of, I think the phrasing was unbearded and bearded. And just to reiterate, they clarified that was 1 hunter's choice and then 2 beardless, or however they passed that. Ben, do you have that offhand? Sorry. I just want to make sure we had that on the record as a hunter's choice rather than a bearded.
Yeah, the motion was 2 fall tags, 1 bearded or hunter's choice and 1 non-bearded.
Okay, thanks.
And Heather, with that, those numbers you just presented, do you have that broke down by Tom or female?
Yes, so in the Northern region, that total harvest of 1,214, the male harvest was 694 and the female harvest was 496.
496?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I ask Heather a question? The proposal's been made by a couple of different groups to just limit this fall harvest to public or to private lands. What do you think the effect of that would be, and how does the division feel about the effect?
So largely, this was already intended for private lands. I don't foresee a huge issue with limiting that to private lands. I know that we had discussed previously in that one public land piece, it it was my understanding that there were only a couple of access points that were accessible to hunters. And so just by keeping those access points pressure as well, it kept turkeys on the rest of the public. And that way they were avoiding to coming on to the private. So I don't foresee any issues with us limiting this at this point to the private lands only. And again, it's something that may evolve as we open the plan next month.
One comment I have, we seen this come up with a proposal last year with the elk, that there was a proposal to go unlimited general season elk tags before we went to the committee, and ultimately the board wanted that decision to go to the committee to really vet and get some feedback from the public, and here we have another big decision right before the committee's meeting, and my personal preference would be that we could, through surveys and more communication, before we make a big decision like that, we could let those committees kind of gather more information. I think it's helpful to the board, but that's just my personal input.
I mean, I liked having the input of the turkey committee, you know, and I think there'll be some good that come out of that. But in the meantime, we had a drought last year. We're in a drought now. I mean, there's no end in sight. I'd say let's get a year jump on it, and, you know, let's cap some of these numbers. And I don't like that the public lands, you know, is involved in the fall. I agree with some of the comments. I mean, I really want to try to protect the spring over the counter hunt, you know, and have a quality experience in the spring for these kids. My kids are the ones that enjoy it. You know, I take them, you know, we either go on public or we go on private, you know, sometimes, but public ground right above my house, you know, and it's just something, you know, that these kids can enjoy every year, you know, whether they draw the youth or limited entry or just the normal season. But it's something they can do when it's getting harder to get that deer tag or the elk tag. You know, it's something that the kids, you know, like the guy from the Central said, sorry, you know, it's perfect for the kids, for the new hunters. You know, I had someone in this room take a new hunter this year, you know, turkey hunting, and the experience they had, you know, from somebody that's never shot anything, you know, that moved from California, you know, that was available because of this spring hunt. And so I agree that hopefully maybe we can modify it through the turkey committee next year, but I don't want to wait. And I'd like to make some, you know, reductions on this fall just to protect, you know, some of the numbers. So.
Thanks, Bryce.
Could I ask Bryce a question? Just on that proposal, then I'm struggling to see the reasoning behind putting a cap on the numbers, but then still leaving the option for 3 permits.
Personally, I mean, if I was to make a proposal, it'd be 1 either sex tag, no public land, and then cap. It seemed like the northern and the central, the 2 hardest hit ones, put a cap on maybe like 1,000 birds in the north, 500 in the central. Southern, you know, I don't know as much about there, and I haven't had the feedback from the southern like we have the north and the central. So, I mean, if we wanted to adjust that a little bit to air, but especially the north and the northern and the central, adjust that and only do 1 tag, either sex, but 1 tag. And then let the turkey committee say, hey, okay, you know, we're watching these trends. We'll see what the drought did, but, you know, hopefully they look back and say, hey, thanks for getting a year jump on that, because it is. I remember how much, you know, time and effort these guys put in to getting turkeys. I mean, it seemed like back in the day we were trading moose for turkeys, right? You know, or we were trading our big game for these turkeys. You know, we spent a lot of money, you know, and the division put a lot into it. I just hate to see it go away within a couple of years.
Thank you.
Bryce, is your cap you're talking about, would it be on licensed sales or birds taken? What was you thinking there?
On license sales, because yeah, I mean, if we only did birds taken, I mean, we're only reducing it by 200 birds. So I think we got to do a drastic, and do it to license sales. We still have, 1,000 people that can go out and target those problem birds. I mean, this whole hunt was for problem birds on private land, but just for licenses available.
Heather,
And
can I ask you a question?
Sorry.
So you said after the numbers come out in July, you'll be adjusting the hunt numbers and then that'll involve the fall hunt numbers as well. Is that right?
That's correct. That will be for the fall hunts. And then we will have our spring turkey hunts due sometime in October.
Okay.
Bryce, I'm thinking along the same lines. I think that the caps that you propose are a little bit lower than I would go. But I like the idea of decreasing the number of tags, setting a cap in the central and northern region. I would probably go 20% lower than what the tags we sold last year, so that we're cutting that down, but still allowing them to take some of these problem birds off private ground. And so the cuts you're suggesting, I agree with the cuts. They maybe just be a little deeper than what I was thinking.
One question is how many people call with problem turkeys? Is there 1,200
So we did
in the
have that
north?
data from the control permit numbers. So we have that, how many people ask for control permits and vouchers, and that's an indicator. As far as how many people call with damage issues, we'd have to look that up in the depredation database and see per region how many people are getting that.
How many asked for the control or the dam or the,
Ones.
I guess how many people asked for permits?
For the control permits, it's a little bit just by region and by year. So this year in the southern region was 64, northern region was 6. 2021, southern region was 100, northern region was 47. It looks like in central region has not been issuing that many in the last few years, just looks like 2020 was 5. 2019, northern region issued 188. And those are our vouchers. And then we also have permits. I believe it's also in that spreadsheet that you guys can look at, but we don't have it summarized for each year individually, but we just have the year and the region. So last year, southern region was 13, northern was 24, central was 4, 2021 for the permits. We had 94 in the southern, 195 in the northern. So it's a little bit sporadic and dependent on the year in the region.
I just want to announce that Brett Selman has joined the meeting, albeit late. Brett, we won't have you vote on this particular motion or items with both this and the air guns, and then we'll have you join after that as far as voting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. And any other discussion from the board? Are we ready for a motion on turkeys?
I guess I'm kind of feeling if we put a cap on it, like Bryce suggested, that we probably ought to have a reduction and make it only one permit per person type thing, so that we do share the wealth around a little bit.
Mr. Chair, I agree with some of what's being said. I feel like we might be taking several chops at it. To me, I almost feel like if we limit it to private land and limit it to one permit, all those other things will be accomplished. and maybe I'm being a little bit naive, but I'm not sure I see the entire purpose for the cap and all of the additional things. I think we're going to accomplish our goal just if we can take some off the top.
Thanks. I think you're right. But if it had the name mule deer, we might all be a little bit more focused. This is just a certain group, and so there's probably a lot of passion about it. So,
It's Mr. Chair, to Wade's comment, the 74% of the people, they said, that bought the tags only killed one. So if we only allow one still, and 74% still kill one, we're in the same boat, right? We sell 3,000 and 74% are, are still going to kill, and we're still going to be, killing the same number of birds. So I think we've got to do a combination of a few things. And I'm willing to, we can maybe, Carl doesn't maybe, thinks I'm a little too aggressive, we can maybe meet in the middle somewhere, but I think there's got to be a reduction in the cap number of birds and also one, and then see how that goes.
Just a follow-up question, and I agree that if this is an opportunity and we're trying to get people out there, it makes sense to have one. Do we not think the removal of the public land component is going to cap it all by itself?
I really don't think there's a whole lot of public in it already. And so, the removal of the public is very minimal, I believe. I think there's one situation in the northern region where they're hunting the public because it affects the private. But I don't think that's going to limit very, very much.
That's correct, Carl. There is just that one area where there was the public, and we've already discussed about removing that. Also, just keeping in mind that last year there was something that came up at the Central Rack that I just wanted to reiterate. There was the discussion about the cap, because last year there was a cap of 1,000 permits at the Central region, and somebody had mentioned that they had sold out, and we actually sold 998. And the reason that they may have seemed to have sold out is just because we do reserve anything with a quota for turkeys. We do reserve 15% for youth. So if an adult had tried to purchase, those may have just been youth permits that were remaining.
If you don't mind, I'd take a stab at a motion. You guys can hang me if you want. So, and just on turkey.
Yeah.
Propose that for the fall hunt, we allow only one either sex tag. We take the public land out of the private land only. And in the north, we do 1,500. The central, we do 600. And the southern, we do 350. And leave the north or southeastern the way it is, and the northeastern doesn't have any. So,
okay. Got a motion?
Can I ask for a point of clarification? I'm so sorry. Is that appropriate?
Yeah.
I just wanted to ensure, just in case there were some regions that wanted to issue fewer than that, is that okay? Are you just recommending that these are the maximum?
Max.
Okay, thank you.
Not to exceed.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
sorry, Heather.
Great clarification. Thank you. Okay. Any questions on the motion? Do we have a second? Seeing no second, motion fails for lack of second.
Everything you said, but just a 25, the cap you set in the northern central regions at 25% less than the tags that were sold last year.
And that's just a maximum. And
That's a maximum, not to exceed that, that amount.
Okay. So
if the northern region, we sold 3,000, we whack 25% off that, and that's that. So we're at 22, 20 something.
So you would recommend however many permits were sold, not what the previous caps were?
Yes.
Okay. And then also just as a reiteration briefly, we were asked by legislation to institute fall hunts. That's where they came from originally, just to keep in mind. And it is a valuable tool for us to allow the public the latitude to help us deal with these problems rather than just the division dealing with it. So it is a nice way to have the public involved.
So Heather, check my math. If under that proposal, we'd have about 2250 tagged, hunter's choice tags in the northern region and about 750 in the central. Is that right? Okay. I'm glad you have one.
Carl, one clarification, are you saying that you still only can purchase one permit?
Yes.
Okay. And Heather, is there a likelihood that with only being able to purchase one, that we may not reach that cap?
It's possible because it looks like a lot of people that are purchasing one are purchasing three, but the majority are only filling one.
Do you have the numbers of how many purchased one? That I guess this would be a maximum of 2250. How many purchased just one?
We do have the percent of field. We don't have it broken down into the raw numbers, but the percent of field of person who had one permit was 79%. The people that had two permits was 72% or 71%, excuse me. And then people that had three permits in the field were 85%.
So it's really close to that 75. So you probably just barely meet that. Thank you.
Clear as mud to everybody.
Yep.
I'll second Carl's motion.
Okay, any questions on the motion? All right, we'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Okay, I'll now open it up for air guns discussion.
I'll start off with air guns. I mean, air guns, I stopped in at the air gun store. They are quite impressive. With the limitations that are in this recommendation, they are a lethal weapon. I do have some hesitancy of establishing a conservation stamp and designating what's a hunting weapon and what's not a hunting weapon on this. My preference is that this industry gets under Pittman Robinson, but I think we've been directed by the legislature to implement this in some form. But I do have some hesitancy of implementing anything as a tag on a state level and designating what a hunting and what a non-hunting weapon might be.
I'll just add, one of the opportunities that we have at the board is to be able to be part of the Western Association of Wildlife Managers. And every 6 months, we have a call where we meet with commissioners. Other states have commissions instead of wildlife boards, and have the opportunity to discuss with them issues that are going on in their states. And in the 5 years that I have sit on, participated in those discussions, I've never had so much feedback from the other states as we have on this issue. And the issue that many of the other commissioners are having is there are other states that do allow air guns, but they all have some type of conservation stamp or tax. But many of those states are under attack that there are certain groups that want to get rid of the Pittman Robertson funding that goes to habitat because that attacks hunting. And so many of those states are under attack that way now. And they have said, Utah, please do not set the precedent that you allow hunting with weapons that you do not have a tax. And so all the other issues that we've tackled, they've never received so many phone calls as this one. So this vote today can really affect those other states. And so as you have your discussion today, please consider that.
Can I ask you a follow-up question then? How long does it take? I mean, I know they've all said we need to get under Pittman Robertson. How long does it take to get under Pittman Robertson for air rifles?
Wade answered this today, but it is an act of Congress.
Oh,
So
You ever seen the federal government move? Mm.
You know, these weapons are very lethal. I did purchase one last year, and the one I purchased was a 30 caliber. Throws a 44 grain pellet, and they're just absolutely fun. I mean, it's just it's a target gun, but as far as killing things, I'm totally convinced that it would be just like a 22 rifle, up close. They're very accurate too. I'm actually I support this, but I do support it needs to have some kind of attacks. I would prefer the Pittman Robertson, just like we asked the air rifle when was about 2 or 3 years ago. We asked them when they came wanting us to approve a dart or a
bolt,
throwing a bolt. We asked them to. I think the Wildlife Board approved it. I think I wasn't on the Wildlife Board at that time, but Wildlife Board approved it with the idea that they get the Pittman Robertson approved, and that hasn't happened yet. And that's been 3 or 4 years, so or actually longer than that. So I think there's some kind of a tax that has to happen with it. I'd prefer the Pittman Robertson, but I don't know that we could get that in a very quickly time frame.
I guess that would be my preference. The legislature is watching this closely, and they do want us to approve a list. But I think that it's important that we send it back to them, knowing the implications of this and letting them work that out. Our hope would be it would be Pittman first, but if not, if the legislature sees that the timing's not going to happen, that they, in their wisdom, can implement some type of a tax or conservation stamp.
So, I mean, I guess just to answer a question, we would make a motion that we approve it, let them hunt in the meantime, but just don't let them, okay, until.
This would have huge implications on the other
Okay.
states if we allowed hunting, showed that you could allow hunting without a Pittman Robertson.
Okay, sorry, thanks.
Kevin, what do you think it would be if we, just for sake of discussion, allowed them for 2 years while they had the opportunity to get it, and we put a sunset that it ends?
Yeah. From my conversation from other states, they're super scared that the state shows that you can do hunting without a tax that goes to habitat funding, and think that that's setting a precedence for them to head down a road with the attacks they have on anti-hunting that would really hurt them. That's just the comments I've received.
Mr. Chair, what are the thoughts? And I'm not an expert on this tax side of things, but could we not apply a state tax of some sort that would be in excess of what Pittman and Roberts? I'm just looking at how do we motivate them? How do we incentivize this industry to push on federal legislation to get under Pittman Roberts? And if we were a little heavier handed at the state level, would that incentivize this industry to push harder? Because we don't know if this is going to take 18 months or 18 years. We really don't know. And so I really hesitate as well to let them out there thinking, do your best, because we don't know. How can we incentivize them? Because I think we all would rather have this BPR.
Can I defer that question to the director?
Yeah, I can possibly clarify a few things. So when this did go through the legislative session, there was a clause in there that we were recommending, or the statute was recommending, that there be some sort of a permit purchase that would essentially help us cover and make them pay some sort of a tax prior to PR being put in place. That was in the statute until the very end, and then it was pulled out just because of the potential complications that could cause. I don't think Riley's here today. I haven't seen him, but I think the legislature would reconsider that motion as part of adding some sort of a state tax conservation stamp, whatever you want to call it, for this weapon while we wait for PR to be implemented.
So as part of that, in the northern region, watching that, Representative Snyder did state that he was the one that actually asked for that tax to be pulled because of that fear. But as the Pittman-Robertson discussion they had in the northern region, he did state that that if that was the motion that came out of the board, that he would lead those discussions in the legislature to make that so that there was some type of a conservation stamp or tax to make that right.
Can we put that as a requirement? I mean, we certainly can't impose the stamp or the tax ourselves, but can our motion be that, yes, we'll approve this only if there is a state tax in place? If the legislature can't get the state tax in place, then no?
I think from the motion from the other regions and from what I've heard just through those racks, but the legislature state that they would follow up on that. I think that we absolutely can.
Does the motion have to be that Representative Snyder fix this problem? Hopefully he's watching.
I would second Wade's motion. If it came in the form of a motion, I think that would work out.
All right. And I mean, Gary and I had a little side conversation there. I really like the idea of trying to be a little heavy-handed at the state tax level to incentivize this industry to look for PR. But we don't get that. I guess we can recommend that to the legislature. And maybe I will throw that in there, although again, that's entirely at their discretion.
And I think what our motion could do is recommend the list as presented by the DWR, but before that list can be hunted, that there be some type of a tax or PR implemented.
All right, Mr. Chair, I move that we recommend to the legislature that we approve the list presented, that we recommend the legislature put forth a significant state tax before that this list can be implemented and they could be hunted, and that we want to incentivize through this tax the industry to go to Pittman-Roberts, but that if this tax is not implemented, there can be no hunting.
With air guns.
Sorry, with air guns.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion by Wade, seconded by Carl. Stacy, is that motion clear? Thanks, Stacy. All right, any questions on the motion?
Do you want me to clarify it for you, Stacy?
All right, with that, I'm going to call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 With that, motion passes unanimous. Any discussion on all other items?
I'll make a motion that we approve the balance of the presentation the DWR had.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
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 Motion passes. We will go to agenda item number 7.
But we still have some sage grouse
Oh,
for you guys.
perfect.
I'm sorry. I promise you'll be done with me soon.
Yeah.
Okay, we just wanted to revisit the Parker Mountain as we had closed that to sage grouse hunting last year. And so we just wanted to give a brief overview and then some current recommendations. Oh, and my slides don't advance, sorry. So quick sage grouse biology, they do have a high annual survival rate and fairly stable populations that cycle over time through about 8 to 10 years. Sage grouse do depend on sagebrush to survive. They do need those high elevation sites with moderate moisture and sagebrush in the summer to provide forbs and insects for those high protein requirements for the chicks to survive. Also, we need a lot of the sagebrush dominated sites in the low elevations in the winter, so it will be tall enough that if there is snow, there's still food available. And they are sagebrush obligates. And our breeding grounds, or leks, are counted because that's where the males are highly visible, and they do have high site fidelity to their leks, so we can usually find them year to year. So our hunting structure is most of the state is closed. Currently, this is a slight typo. There are 3 areas open: the West Box Elder, Rich County, Blue Diamond Mountain. Except for last year, we've always had the Parker Mountain open. Our harvest is less than 3% of the statewide population, and we do continue to allocate permits based on population estimates, let counts, and some other metrics. And we still offer two bird permits in those 3 currently open areas, not to exceed more than 10% of the fall population. And as we mentioned, our permits do change each year as let counts and other data is entered into our permit calculator, so we can come up with a conservative permit recommendation. Here's our statewide sage grouse distribution. This just shows all of our SGMAs here. We have the gray areas are SGMAs, the black dots are the lek locations, and the larger area, let's see if we can see my mouse right here. This whole SGMA is the Parker Emery. And then just that blue area is the Parker Hunt area. This is just a close-up version of that with the Parker Mountain area boundaries, so that you can see those lek locations and where that hunt area is a little bit closer. Here's our statewide drought map. We are looking better than last year, and we do still have extreme and severe drought areas. Again, the gray boundaries are our SGMAs, and then that blue boundary is the Parker Hunt area. We have had a bit of a dip in our let counts over the last few years with really dry conditions. Already on the Parker, the sage grouse use Aspen Edge as their mesic brood rearing areas, so they already have a little bit less moisture than some of the other places that have a lot of open water. So the drought just is probably impacting the brood rearing habitat a bit more. And we did see some very, very few broods last year, but we did have more fall precipitation and some increase to stable areas. This just shows our Parker Hunt area males on the blue line, and the gray is our total Parker SGMA males. So we are getting that to increase a little bit. So just for an overview of what we've seen the last few years, in 2018, there were severe drought conditions that damaged habitats, especially that brood rearing, as we discussed. In 2019, we did have that late snowy spring followed by a dry summer, likely resulting in high chick mortality. Then drier conditions then in 2018 and 2020, and increased damage to pretty much all of our habitats, habitat types. And then in 2021, another very dry winter and summer, exceptional drought. We have experienced more moisture this year than in 2021. And the area is still in extreme and severe drought, but we have received more precipitation this year in this spring and summer compared to recent years. So we are recommending, with that stabilizing and increasing trends, to open the Parker Hunt area for the 2022 hunting season, but rather than opening it to the 10% maximum harvest, we would like to keep permit numbers at or below 5%. So we'll continue to evaluate let counts and brood production, do range assessments, and eventually we will return those numbers back to the 10% maximum harvest when our population levels increase. So we are continuing to do a lot of habitat projects. We've got over 100 projects in the database on the Parker, over 30 million in funding, and over 190,000 acres have been treated. And we also just want to recognize the value of PR to supporting hunted species and conservation efforts. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Just had the opportunity to go down on the Parker on some of the counts, and I'm glad to hear they're doing better because they didn't look good for a few years. Good.
Questions from the rack chairs? Comments from the rack chairs? All right, I'll open it up for discussion from the board.
One thing real quick before somebody makes a motion, I do want to tell Heather that from the discussion we had on the turkeys, everybody that called and said that they've been dealing with her had nothing but good to say, that you've been very workable and good to work with. So kudos to you. So
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll add, how many pages was the new upland game rule? It's very well written. I think you took a lot of time, so thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Avery as well.
Thank you.
Unless there are any more comments, I'll make the motion that we accept the Parker Mountain Sage Grouse Hunt as presented.
second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? With that, I'll call on a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you, Heather. All right, with that, we will now go to agenda item number 7. Okay, Brett, get ready. We're looking forward to hearing your vote.
I'm awake.
Okay.
I guess I'll turn the mic on. I know you're really anxious to get to this one, I could tell. I guess to start out, I just kind of want to take you on a journey. This is kind of like I've said in all the racks, but about probably 10 plus years ago, there started to be chatter among the board of needing to fix the landowner rule. I was just minding my own business as a CO at that time, and probably wasn't really on my radar. I didn't have any LOAs in my district. Come about 2019, Mike Wardle decided that he would step down from the private lands position, and it opened up a spot. And I really wasn't even thinking about putting in for that until they told me most of the job was working with CWMUs. And I thought, man, I work with a lot of CWMUs. Let's do that. So I knew the LOA rule might come open at that time, but you know, what are the chances? It's been 10 years and nobody had really touched it. So after being in that job for just over a year, we had recommendations come from the regions to us. Part of those recommendations, we started seeing some big discrepancies. There was four LOAs that the division recommendation was for it to be higher than what the acreage was. And some of those were significantly higher. While at the same time, even out of the same regions, there was others that were saying, no, our recommendation is that you get what the acreage is. At that point in time, as the Salt Lake office, as the coordinator, we had to go back to the regions and say, we need to be on the same playing field on these recommendations. So we recommended, we I guess, kind of forced their hand a little bit and said, our recommendation is going to be on the acreage. That forced some of those poor biologists to go back to their LOAs and say, actually, our recommendation isn't going to be what we discussed before. It's going to be based off of acreage. That was the numbers that we brought to the December 2020 board. And then that was where we got a motion out of that meeting that we really need to fix it. And that's what has put us here today. At that point in time, we started, we formed a committee. We had 9 meetings from March 2021 to March of 2022. So almost a full year of meetings. We went out, we sought to get diverse input, knowing that this was a pretty big deal and that it hadn't happened for a long time. So we formed a committee, a really diverse committee. Now, when we do rule changes, we don't have to do that. We don't have to get a committee together, but we knew that this one was going to be enough differences and change that we needed to have that input. With getting that committee, we also put out a survey, and we had about 4,000 respondents come back. That survey was out of our hunters, or the people who put in for tags, and also to people out of our depredation database. And so we figured that was a good representation from landowners. About more than half of the feedback we got was from the depredation database respondents or landowners. Since then, we've had the privilege of taking this through the 5 racks, and we've received a lot of feedback through the racks, which is part of the public process. With that feedback that we got from the racks, we actually, I think it's the first time that we've ever done this, but we actually reconvened our committee and discussed some of the things that came out of the rack. And I want to pull that up so we can see. So is that showing up? I only see Brett. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we met back as a committee, and we added these 3 things to the rule to hopefully, with the comments that we got back from the public, hopefully to add this into it. So you see here that we say landowner associations may determine how to disperse public hunters by season. If all public hunters are in one season, it will be the any weapon season. So we wanted to give the ability for LOAs to be able to spread out or not spread out the public hunters as they saw fit. So if an LOA thought, man, I just kind of want to get this over with, let's put them all in the one season. Yeah, it wouldn't be for the archery or for the muzzleloader, but they could have all those in the any weapon season. Or if they wanted to spread those out across all the hunting ones to relieve pressure, then that would be their ability as well. The next thing was we had a lot of discussion about rules and what landowners could do. So with that, a lot of this will be designed after similar to what the CWMU rules are for guests, but we'd have these rules go through the RAC and Wildlife Board process to ensure that they're reasonable. That would first hit the division, right? So we would look at it, and if we saw anything that we thought, well, that doesn't seem like a real reasonable rule, then we'd be able to have that discussion with the landowner association. But yeah, lastly is there was a lot of talk about performance metrics. So we just added in there that we'll have performance metrics will be established by the division to determine if the process of the program are being met. So that's additional language that we're proposing to the board meeting after that feedback from the RACs. Just to kind of refresh on it, I know you received a red line of the rule, and there was a lot of red on it. Just want to clarify that is mostly for clarification. It didn't change a lot. It was organization, I should say, not more than anything of the rule to try to make it easier. If you read the current rule as it is, it's really hard to follow, and it jumps around a lot. So most of that red line is just for organization and hopefully making it easier to follow. But during this whole process, we've shared our values, our principles of why we have the program for landowners. We feel like landowner programs are important. They support wildlife. We recognize that. There were some issues and challenges that led to the revisions, and we'll go into that in a little bit. But let's just jump into that. With general season, this one's probably a little bit more straightforward and easier to understand. But when we first started giving landowner permits for general season, we had 97,000 deer tags statewide. And we did an additional 3,000 statewide for landowners, and those were divided up 600 per each region. Since then, we've divided our hunting units from regions to smaller hunting units, but our proposal is to keep that essentially 3% additive tags for each unit, but those would be for each unit instead of each region. And the other thing that this will do is that our 600 per region stayed the same pretty much. Well, it did stay the same throughout time as our tags have fluctuated. So the other proposal there is that this will fluctuate, that 3% will fluctuate with the public draw permits. So as permits go up, there would be additional opportunities for private landowners. As they go down, then there'd be less. And just so we're clear too, that this would go in effect in 2023, that part of it. Jumping over to limited entry. Like I said, this one's one that it's been discussed for 10 plus years. Really, when we looked at it, there was a couple things that we really needed to fix in this rule. One was voucher distribution. As I mentioned earlier, we had some where we would recommend a lot more than the acreage, and others that we'd hold tight to what the acreage percentage would be. And the other one was for public access to be fair and transparent. So I touched on, the distribution. A lot of, we came up with deciding that the acreage is the most objective way to distribute that. And that was really what we were trying to get at, is a lot of other things are subjective. Just doing it by acreage, even though it is the most objective way to do it. As far as access, I'll run you through our line of thinking. So it's always been in the rule to allow one-to-one access on these LOAs. There was a variance that you could get, one LOA would get that variance, but we feel very strongly that needs to happen. Part of this is vouchers are good for the entire unit, including the public land. So when these LOAs get a voucher, they can hunt. They don't have to just stay on their private land. They can hunt that public land as well. So for us, it made sense that the public should have the same amount of opportunity as what the private vouchers are to access that private land. I know through the RAC process that there's been a lot of discussion about how that would work, and some, I guess, fears of not being able to choose who is accessing your land and having it be random. And I have pointed this out in the RAC process, but we do the same thing in the CWMU program. So all of the access in the CWMU program is done through the draw. This year we have 1,500 CWMU public draw hunters that will be on CWMUs, and we really don't have the feedback from CWMU that there's problems with these people. I'd even go a step beyond. The more I've thought about this has turned into something, I don't know if it was at the beginning, but for CWMUs now, there's a lot of them that this is what they look forward to, is that public hunter. They take a lot of pride in making sure that private hunter has a really good time on their CWMU and that they're treated very well. To the point of where I actually even looked this up from our harvest, our satisfaction rates from last year, and I found like 56% of deer and elk CWMUs actually had a higher satisfaction rating for their public hunter than what their private hunter did. CWMUs have really embraced that part of the CWMU program. This is a program too, where I just want to emphasize that vouchers for the division, so when we were talking about the general season, those were additive permits. These are not additive permits on the LOAs. So for every voucher that an LOA gets is one less that is recommended to the public draw. So if we had the ability to issue 100 permits and there was an LOA and they qualified for 10, then there would only be 90 go through the public draw. And so to us, that's a really big deal. And we feel like through this process too, is some of these, I would guess that all of them take more than 10 years. They're unlimited entry. All of them are going to take more than 10 years to draw. So every year, right off the top, we're giving some of those to the private landowners. And so we're clear on that one too, that this one, all but one of the LOAs renewed in 2020. So they're up for renewal in 2023, which would go into effect for 2024. And we'd want to honor the commitment of that COR that we've already established with them and have this go into effect. Well, the application of next summer. Through the RAC too, I just kind of want to summarize what I saw. And I know we have the RAC chairs here that are going to summarize too, but really to me, there was two recommendations that came through the RACs. One was that they pass as proposed. The other one was to either take it back to committee for more work or to not pass it. Also, after hearing the RACs, I think really we're looking at two main issues that came up. And one is the random access. We got a lot of pushback from LOAs that they didn't want it to be a random person. My feelings is that if that was taken back to a committee, that we would still be in the same spot. The division recommendation, I don't believe would change as far as that we feel very strongly that there needs to be random access. And so I guess in my mind on that one, to take it back to the committee, I don't know that we would accomplish a lot. The other one is the distribution of vouchers. Like I said, we actually talked a lot about this in the committee. We talked a lot about a lot of different ideas, and I've seen some afterwards. And frankly, I haven't seen a new idea that we didn't talk about in the committee. So I feel like we've had that consideration on that. And our proposal was to use the most objective criteria, which was to do it by acreage percentage. I do want to, just as we're talking about the potential of, I know with some of the RACs bringing the committee back together, I do want to bring up one small change that was made in this rule. Our current rule right now states that if you qualify to be a CWMU, then you do not qualify for the LOA program. I know we have at least one that this would affect. So just, I guess, as you're considering that, that is a change that we did take out of this new proposal. So all LOAs that are currently in it would have the ability to stay in the LOA program. But yeah, just, I felt like that was something that we probably need to at least put out there so you can have that be part of your decision process.
Can you clarify that again or restate what that means with the way the rule that you've written it now?
Yeah, so the current rule is if you qualify to be a CWMU program, then you can't be part of the LOA program. So for me, that would be if you have 5,000 contiguous acres and you're a deer, then you need to be in a CWMU. Or if you have 10,000 acres, then for elk, you would need to be a CWMU.
And that's just in the proposed rule, but not in the old rule.
No, that's in the current rule. The proposed rule, we take that language out and let you have the ability to choose the three options, right? So option one of the one-to-one access, option two, maybe I should touch on that a little bit. We have the option two, which would be essentially an 80-20 split, but the private vouchers would stay on private land, and 20% of what the vouchers they'd get would have the ability to hunt that private land as well.
That helps. Thank you.
And then I guess just lastly, I just want to touch on the, we've said that this at everyone too, but this is one of our landowner programs, and we feel like it's a really good program. We feel it's very beneficial to LOAs. It's a spot where a lot of landowner associations are made up of rangeland primarily. It's rangeland is, we don't make payments out of our depredation on rangeland. So it really gives them an ability to get some compensation off of wildlife that is using their land, that not everybody gets. And so it is one program. We feel it's a very beneficial program, an ability for them to make that money. But we also have a lot of other programs. And if this one doesn't fit for everyone, we're happy to meet with people and work through our other programs as well. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chris. I know that this probably more so than any issue that we've had, there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of feedback through the racks. We thank all the rack chairs and the public that have give us a lot of information to help us with this decision today. So thank you and all of the staff that's worked on it. With that, I'll open it up to the board for questions.
Mr. Chair, I have one, just a general question, Chad. Do you have total number of acres that are currently enrolled in LOAs and the total number of landowners? I'm just trying to get a scope of how many people and how much acreage is this going to affect.
If I can get my computer right to work. There we go. I don't know that I have total landowners. Acreage statewide is 475,000 acres. I have on here a spot where I figured out landowners that had less than 640 acres, and there's 305 of those. But I don't have a total of total landowners, but I would say more than 305.
Chad, in the new proposed rule, under the general season landowner portion, we were proposing that if you draw a landowner tag, you would lose your bonus points. How many people are we talking about each year that would be losing their bonus points? Is it, we talking around 2,100 people, or are we still about 70,000 tags and 3% of that? That's where I come up with 2,100, but I'm just trying to wrap my arms around that.
Yeah, so there was 3,000 tags that were available. This is, I think, as of 2021. Anyway, Phil Gray looked this up, and I think it's the latest that we have, is that there was 1,042 of those permits that were redeemed. And to be fair, add another 142 of landowner appreciation tags. So that was one thing I didn't mention in that, is we did combine. We had landowner appreciation tags, which was 100 acres of cropland, and we have general season landowner tags, which is just 640 acres of habitat. We've combined those two so that they would go under the same program.
Chad, so would the owner or the appreciation tags, would they lose their bonus points as well?
Yeah, it would be under the same program. And maybe this is a good time to bring this up and be clear. We did have a proposal a couple years back, right, of landowners losing preference points. And at that point in time, the board did decide to not have them lose those. It was our recommendation that they did. As we're bringing this back through, it is still our recommendation that they would lose preference points. With that being said, it was one of those that most of what we came out of the committee, we had really strong support. And this one was one that was a little bit more divided on that.
Chad, could I ask the why? Why is the division supporting that loss of bonus points or preference points?
Just for consistency, it's pretty much every time you get a tag, it's a unit-wide tag, right? For general season, even though they get that permit, they get to hunt the whole entire unit, just like anybody else. So for consistency, everybody that draws a tag loses a preference point currently right now, except for this landowner. So yeah, mostly just for consistency.
And I do understand that everybody loses their points except conservation permit holders, LOA permits, land CWMU permits. I mean, there are a pretty good list of people that are not currently losing points when they get a permit. And so I'm struggling with that consistency reasoning. That's been my concern with this, is just what's our motivation? But
Yeah, and I would say on that, Wade, is that I think the difference there is that some of those are vouchers. And what looks like Lindy's going to help me out. So
So I figure I just kind of jump in for a second. So it's true, Wade, those we don't lose their points, but those are bonus points. All preference points species lose their points if they have accrued. And that's the difference, is bonus points versus preference points. So back in 2019, I don't know if you guys remember, but we went through the rack and board to lose, if you get an over-the-counter permit, you lose your preference points. Because what we're seeing is a demand for these permits, and opportunity is lowering. So we felt like, these people are getting a unit-wide tag, and they're still playing in the draw. So they're still getting a permit to hunt the whole unit, but they can go hunt Pine Valley in 5 years, even though they're hunting every year on Manti. So that was kind of the why of the reason for these landowner tags. But through the RAC process, it was voted to remove the landowner permits for them to be the exception. But the CWMU, the conservation, those are all bonus points. And so those ones we've never touched.
That's all for questions from the board. Questions from the RAC chairs?
Yeah, can I ask one question? Because this wasn't brought up in the RAC, so this is new with your reconvening. Just curious, now that CWMU could potentially go into the LOA program, do we have any idea what impact that will have? Will we see more CWMUs change?
I don't anticipate it. I feel like the CWMU is a better program for a landowner. You can do a 90-10 split, so it's less public access. So yeah, I don't foresee that happening.
I have a question. So it's to help with understanding landowner associations and versus, we had a lot of talk in all of the racks about, well, I will, if this goes this way, there would be certain participants that were going to leave the landowner association program. My question is, with depredation and understanding, is there a possibility if individuals leave the landowner associations, would there be a liability or that the division may pay depredation that they're not currently doing?
Yeah, we could potentially look at higher depredation costs. Yeah, that's a possibility. It is that is something set by code, is that we have a certain amount of budget that we can spend on depredation. So in one aspect, we're supposed to prorate after we hit that. So as of now, I don't know that it would bottom line cost us anymore. Like I said, a lot of it is rangeland too, which we wouldn't pay on, but the stuff that is ag land, then yeah, we could potentially be looking at that.
That was my next question. If the rangeland versus, so there would be a determination in which property there would be depredation and
Yeah.
others not.
Yeah, and it would be on a case by case basis there.
All right, with that, we'll have the director summarize electronic comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 7, the landowner rule amendments, we had 5 comments. That doesn't sound like a lot, but a lot of the comments were very long. So, sorry, we had 8 comments. I apologize. 5 of those comments either strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 2 of those comments strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 1 was neutral. I'm going to run down some of the major themes, and I apologize. Usually I make you a copy so you can read these with me, and I forgot to do that. So, first theme, like the idea of losing your preference points if you draw a general season or limited entry LOA tag. Second, don't think it's right to require private landowners to have to provide public access to their lands. Liability and property damage concerns were expressed. Third, wishes of at-large or unaffiliated hunters are being taken away in preference for wealthy sportsmen and landowners. LOA program is just one example of that. Fourth, LOAs have gotten the best of both worlds. They should be required to provide public access to increase public opportunity if they are going to participate. 5, disagree with the recommended rule change and ask for it to be tabled for the following reasons. The committee didn't represent the LOAs. The LOA reps on the committee didn't provide feedback or discussion to the LOAs, and the proposed rule is not supported by the majority of the LOAs. And fourth, we have until 2024 to get it right. I don't know what number I'm on, but the next one. No reason specific LOA should be allowed variances to not allow public access. Rule change will level the playing field, and it's clear and easy to follow. And multiple comments that the LOA program is voluntary and no one is being forced to participate. And 1 comment that the LOA rule should implement a 60-40 split with 60% to the LOA and 40 to the public, and that landowners are being favored over the general public. That's my best attempt to a summary of those themes from some very long comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Director. We will now ask our RAC chairs to report on the motions. We'll start with Braden.
This is going to be a little challenging because our motion no longer is applicable, and I'm not sure where we would be. But our motion was that we would reject the division's proposal and recommend that it be revisited in order to gather additional input, and that passed unanimously. We do appreciate that the committee did reconvene, but I could not tell you what our RAC would currently think of the additional recommendations. Although I guess what I would say is based on the discussion had, I think that they did address them. And I do think one of our biggest concerns was just that there was some more input, which we saw happen at all the RACs. So if I were to speak for my RAC, I would say I think we are comfortable in moving forward at this point. Just one other quick comment, due to our motion not really applying now, one of the concerns that came out of our RACs is they were concerned about addressing that preference point, losing the preference points. I appreciate the discussion you already had, so I think we are covered.
I appreciate that, Braden. And I would just add to that is in all the time I have not seen after the RACs that go back to a committee, but that was something that we heard strongly from those RACs, and I do appreciate the division and the director's office that they heard that and they did reconvene that committee. So thank you. Kent?
Again, a lot of the concerns that were discussed in the Southeast RAC have been addressed, and the primary one was in our motion, and that was to accept the division's proposal but with the caveat that there was some language added in there to set up a way to check the progress of the program and see if it's even working as intended. And that's been addressed, and that motion did pass unanimous.
Thanks, Kent. Brett?
Thank you. I would like to just briefly thank Chad and Kevin for all the work they've put in this year and all the stress they went through on this. And I remember how it happened. This body sent that to Chad. You know, it wasn't he's the coordinator, but they were assigned that task. And I think somewhere in the process of traveling around the state, maybe people forget that thought it was their idea, but it was this board that sent it to them and told them to work on it. And so with that, I'll maybe spend a little bit of time here if I could, Kevin, just to summarize what took place in the Northeast region. We have 3 LOAs in the Northeast region, and they're highly variable from 4,600 acre 3 corners to 87,000 acre Diamond Mountain LOA. And then we have the Book Cliffs LOA about in the middle at 26,000. So we have the wide range of LOAs and their associated impacts by the rules that are proposed. They were all represented at the RAC meeting. All 3 LOAs opposed the recommendation. Just briefly, the 3 corners, it was primarily a issue with the calculation of permits because they have irrigated pastures in a large area of public land. The Book Cliffs was, I believe it was primarily, the discussion at the RAC was primarily related around the access issue, but I believe they also had issues with the calculations of acreage. And then the Diamond Mountain one, we did have some discussion about the calculation of permits, but most of the opposition centered around the access issue. And so we did discuss the issue extensively. We were there between the public comments and the board and the RAC discussion. We discussed it for about 3 hours, maybe 4. So it's not that we didn't put a lot of effort into the discussion, but we could not come up with a recommendation from the RAC. And ultimately, there was a motion to table the proposal and not send any recommendations of any modifications or anything to the Wildlife Board. Because we could not, but we could not, the RAC could not support it as presented, and that vote passed 5-1. The one dissenting vote wanted to send some recommendations up here. They weren't necessarily in support of the proposal, but they wanted to send you some suggestions, which did not happen. So we have 5-1 to table the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for being late. I was on a flight from 8 last night till 8:30 this morning. A little background on how we came to our discussion, our final recommendation. 2 of the members of our RAC were on the committee, so they aided a lot in our discussion of how the committee went and how it went and what was discussed. The one thing that really weighed heavily is the committee was told us anyway, Chad could correct me if I'm wrong, but the committee came to consensus on all the major tenets of the new rule that's been proposed. One of the comments was that the LOAs didn't have representation, but 18% of the LOAs had a representative on the committee. And so anyway, that's what the members said from ours. And then the other comment that Dax made, Dax was there, Chad wasn't able to attend. And he said, this program is voluntary and may not be for everyone, but I'm confident that the division has a program for everyone. And so that really weighed as well. So with all that, our RAC had a motion to accept the program as presented, with the exception of excluding cactus buck, management buck, and hams hunts. And that motion passed 7-1.
That I actually had that as unanimous, so it was 7-1. So thank you.
All right. In the Northern RAC, man, this has probably been, as far as prior to the meeting and during the meeting, probably had more of my RAC members more involved and had more of an opinion on this. And after a lot of discussion, our proposal was to accept the landowner rule amendment as presented, with the exception that the rule be reviewed in 3 years following the COR. Currently, it's 5 to 7 years, I believe is how it's set when they could look at this. And our RAC wanted to see that it be reviewed more often to see how it's going, both for the public and for our landowners, having me reviewed more frequently. This vote passed 6 in favor and 5 against, me being the tying vote. But I wanted to give the reason, or those who voted against, and primarily 3 of those who were against our motion felt like maybe the landowners weren't informed enough and they wanted them to have some more information. The other 2 wanted to see more put in place, having it similar to a conservation permit where some of the monies that's being earned is going back into conservation. They wanted to see metrics or something, an effort that the landowners would put back into something requiring landowners to put back into the resource.
Quick question for you. How'd it feel to vote?
Not good. I mean, it's good to have a vote, but
Quite the situation. I know that it's very involved, so thank you. All right, with that, we're going to open it up to comments from the audience, and I just want to have a few comments before we do. We have comment cards here, and if you have not turned one in, please do so. We'll have you come up to the microphone. You'll each have 3 minutes. We do not allow you to donate your time to somebody else. So if you put your comment card in, please take that time yourself to represent. A few thoughts in this. One of the things that the way the RAC process is set up is for gathering of information that the public can go and ask questions to the division and learn the process, but also that the public can let the RAC know of their concerns, and then that can be brought back to the Wildlife Board. And when I have the opportunity to listen to other states, those states are very envious of this public process, the way we gather it. Although at times it may be difficult and we may feel that we can improve, I can share that other states are very envious that we do have this process. One of the things that has come out of this that is different than many issues that we vote on is that many of the RACs have asked to delay this or to go back to committee. And I would just have a few thoughts on that. Right now, this is a rule, and it gives the Wildlife Board absolute authority to be able to work on this and do it through the public process and do it through communication with the public, the landowners, and we have authority to do that. If we continue to delay this, then it could be like the CWMU statute, in that we give time for the legislature to take that up or take that out of our hands. And so I would encourage those that are here today, it is your opportunity to say, hey, let's wait and let's reconvene. But what I would ask of you, if there's solutions and you know what works for you, I would ask you to give those to us today, because I feel like there's some real worry in just pushing this down the road. It could be picked up in statute, or it also could be, the rule could be suspended. And I think in that we all lose. So if you know what works, I would ask that you would give us those proposals today. With that, I'll open it up for public comment, and we will start with.
Okay. Do you want to start this before? Okay.
All right, I've received just a little information. One is that many that are here to comment have papers and they've asked if they could do so from the podium and that is fine. I've also received the request that before we get into all of the comments, we've been asked for a bathroom break. So with that, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come right back. Thank you. 6 minutes. With that, we're going to start with Robert Ott, and then we'll be followed by Andy Monroe.
There's a button on that mic.
Thank you. I'm Green. So the first question I have is, I had our secretary, well, my name is Robert Ott, and I'm the president of the Paunsaugunt Landowners Association in Southern Utah. And I had our secretary send each of you an electronic copy of some of our comments. Did you receive those? I hope you did, because we wanted you to have those before the meeting, give you a chance to digest what some of our thoughts were, and help guide some of our discussion. So I'll be very brief then, I hope, because you've already seen some of our comments. I think that as I've attended the racks and I've listened to some of the comments as we've taken up this issue, there appears to be a considerable amount of concern, and from us especially, that we didn't really get to provide any upfront input into this rule change. And that gives us heartburn, because we thought we had a pretty good working relationship with the division. We've been an LOA since the early 90s. And we really haven't had any adversarial relationships. We've tried to work with them on the quality of the herd, the numbers of the herd, the habitat. We provide monetary input to Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, and I assume that they use those funds for wildlife benefit throughout the state. We also have provided funds for predator control and excess of what's normally provided by the state or other agencies. We've hauled water at our own expense for the herd to keep them on the winter range and keep them distributed out over the habitat so that they would be healthy and be able to maintain our herd numbers. We've also been very interested and pushed the division to change some of the ways they did business on the unit. They have to have a molar pulled now to be able to tell the age of the deer that are harvested, because quite honestly, after the unit got set up, brought back in service, they oversubscribed it. And pretty quick, we no longer had a quality product anymore that was for a limited entry, premier limited entry unit. So there's been a lot of working with us and the division over the years to try to keep this a high quality premium hunt for the hunters and to have high quality wildlife. And primarily, if you don't have high quality wildlife, you don't have any of that stuff. So the biggest heartburn I think we have, as I mentioned, is this lack of input into this whole rule process. It feels to us like, here it is, take it or leave it. And if that's truly the way we want to go with this, we may find that there's more leave it than a lot of us would like. And I don't think that's a very good way for us to do business. And I can appreciate now that you're not wanting to kick the can down the road because of the implications that that may have. But the process was a little broken. I listened to somebody, and I'm not going to take away from their their commitment that they made on the committee, but they talked about having to spend 9 trips or whatever to work on this committee for this rule. Well, what about us landowners? We work every day on our land, and we've done it for years. Who has the most skin in the game on this deal? So let me say that we can probably, in our landowner association, we could probably work with, in the framework of having designated public hunters come to our properties, and we could work with them. But there has to be some way that they can't all hunt on the same piece of property opening morning because that ruins the hunting experience for everybody. So we have to have a way to fix that. And as long as we have the capability to fix that, maybe we can work with that. The other thing is that's gives us real heartburn. Our association recognizes the difference between irrigated land, alfalfa and cropland compared to rangeland. And it's 640 acres of rangeland to 20 acres of mechanically harvested and irrigated alfalfa for the habitat benefit that it provides. But this rule doesn't do that. It takes simple acreages over the entire unit and it allocates on that basis. We have to have a rational way to accept the fact that most of the private lands have the water, they have the rangeland improvements, they have irrigated alfalfa or other crops that the wildlife use that have higher value than simple rangeland out there in the unit. So if we can come up with a way to resolve that, I think our association we can come up with a way to make this workable for our association. I also feel like that we need to come up with a way where we have.
That's your time. If you could wrap it up. Thank you.
My time's up.
Mhm.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You bet.
Andy, followed by Dale Christiansen.
Andy Monroe, I'm from Scipio. I represent the Oak Creek Landowners Association. I appreciate your time today. I think it's about 8 years ago, the division proposed a boundary change on the Oak Creek, which took in all of this private land that we're talking about. I represent approximately 24 landowners and 34,000 private acres. Before that boundary change, it was outside the unit, so general season tags holders were able to hunt their private land and do what they wanted with. But once that boundary change took effect, and I came to the big game board meeting at that time because there was a lot of us that were against that. We didn't want our private land put into that, but it passed. And so we were left with the option of you can form a landowner association and try to receive compensation through the tag sales or however you choose to do that, or you get basically nothing for your private land. And so we, working with Riley Peck was our biologist at the time, working with him, organized a landowner association. He came to our meetings, he helped us set it up. He told us there, and that these are the rules that we have lived by, that each of the landowners were required to have one public hunter per year if they ask him to access their property. That is the rules that we've lived by. And I think we've been good. We did this all in good faith and did what they asked us to do. But now with this rule change, it's going to require that every landowner on the unit has 7 public hunters on their property, whether they have 4,000 acres or 300 acres. There's no discrepancy in there for that. Just that they will all be required, all landowners in the association will be required to have those public hunters. That's a bit heavy-handed. Some of the guys in our association feel like that's quite heavy-handed, that the state's going to require and tell them who is going to hunt their property every year, when some of them only have 300 acres, and they think that's a little bit excessive. Some of the concerns we have is that we were never involved in this process. We didn't know anything about it. I understand that there was representation on that committee from LOAs, but they were obviously representing themselves, because the majority of the LOAs did not know of the committee or even know that there was a rule change coming until about 30 days ago. So we tried to jump in and get involved in this process. One good thing that I feel like is coming from this process is the landowner associations are kind of getting together. We're going to try and organize a board so that when these kind of things come up, we can get together, discuss them, and kind of have a unified approach when we these things go to committee and stuff. We feel like that, and we probably will lose a few landowners over the access issue. I think, me personally, I think this is a lose-lose for everybody involved. I think it's a lose for the wildlife. I think it's a lose for the public, and I think it's a lose for those landowners who won't be in the association anymore. I would propose that you reconvene this working committee and get more involvement from landowner associations so that they feel like they have had a voice in this process. I do appreciate your time and thanks for your consideration.
Thanks, Andy. Dale? Followed by Jim Drollinger.
Hi, I'm Dale Christiansen, and I'm representing the Pilot Mountain LOA. And I'm also one of the landowners who we are organizing and putting together an association so that we can be represented as a group. I know, I believe I all heard back from a number of you from the email that I sent and trying to lay out some of the points that we have. Since the inception of the Landowner Association, 21 separate associations have been formed. And they entered into a legally binding agreement between the state and those landowner associations. Both parties entered into that agreement willingly, knowing what the terms were at the time. And those agreements have produced, wonderful benefits for both parties over the time period that they've been involved. And most importantly, those agreements have benefited the public in, the wildlife that's been produced. It's our position that if the Wildlife Board moves ahead to approve the LOA rules as proposed, it's going to change that fundamental legal agreement that all of us have been operating by. It's going to do it on the basis, as it's been stated, that we have to sit here and say, take it or leave it. We were not a party as LOAs to that process until 30 days ago. I don't care how many times the division says it, it's not true. There were 2 LOA reps, and we need to take our lumps of, there were people on the committee. Those people did not come back to the other LOAs. And they didn't even go to their own LOAs. So there were basically 21 LOAs out there that didn't know anything about it until 30 days ago. I don't know how you can have a meaningful discussion about the agreements unless we're at the table. I think one of the things, I think Chad made probably my best argument for me. They're making changes on the fly, which means there are good ideas still out there. One of the problems, though, he went back to the committee, the same committee that didn't include us. What's going to change, or are you going to have the appropriate input if the LOAs are not included? I will give you a quick example of a change that could be made. In the new proposed rule, the division is supposed to be the arbiter of any misconduct or non-compliance by an LOA. Okay, so you're the sheriff and the judge. It's not a third party. In the CWMUs, there's an advisory committee that handles all issues. This is a simple fix that if we take the time to relook at this and get us involved, there's some simple fixes that we can all agree on. The LOA should allow for us to be part of the CWMU advisory committee. Add a couple of LOA representatives on that committee, and if there's any issues, that can be the, where any issues are reviewed. It's a simple fix to some of these problems. There are others that we believe that we can, if we're involved in the process, can come to solutions. We're not asking for a big time delay. We recognize and not asking the committee to dismiss all the work that's been done. We recognize that and we want to take that and move forward. Give us a month, 2 months to work together to come up with some of these solutions that can meaningfully come back and where you have an LOA that a rule change that is supported. Right now you have 0 LOAs in the program that support this change. That can change if you involve us in the process. And I thank you guys for your time. I thank you for your service and, look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale. Jim? Okay.
My name is James G. Drollinger. I'm a certified public accountant. When I retired, I was the managing partner of Drollinger, Judd and Associates, one of the largest CPA firms in the state of Utah. I will be 80 years old this year. I have owned private property on Diamond Mountain, Utah for almost 50 years, longer than a good number of you have been alive. I speak only for landowners and the LOA on Diamond Mountain, Utah. Our circumstances may be quite different from other LOAs. In approximately 1935, big game was introduced to Diamond Mountain. 1971, the state declared all game animals to be theirs. You own them, okay? 1993, due to the increase in big game animals, the then governor of Utah, Governor Herbert, the DWR and the private landowners on Diamond Mountain arrived at a depredation agreement. This is grazing land, not farmland. This is grazing land. It was ingenious, still is. It created a vehicle whereby the state of Utah could get the animals fed, which they have to do, at 0 cost. 0 to the DWR or the state of Utah, because they assumed, I guess, that the private enterprise intuition and people would take over. They'd make these permits worth something, and they did, and we got happy. Okay. The agreement will have been in place for 30 years and working nicely, clearly documenting the fact that the state of Utah does pay for their big game depredation on privately owned grazing land. I own approximately 5,500 private acres. The LOA consists of approximately 248,000 acres, 87,000 acres of which is private. Nobody paid for those except us. No government grants, nothing. 161,000 is managed by the DWR. It wasn't a perfect agreement by any means, with the DWR getting 2/3 of the depredation tags due to the land mass, something we've heard about today. However, your share of the land mass only produces approximately 1/3 of the feed. Consequently, 1/3 of the animals. Consequently, the DWR oversold what they can produce. This has made their public hunters very unhappy. Now you want the private landowners to cover us for you. Chad Wilson, whom we've been listening to wherever he went, says where much is given, much is expected. That's been grilled into him, obviously, from somewhere. He quoted that maybe 20 times in the Vernal Rack meeting. So I'm going to give you the facts. I received this is me. So everything I'm telling you, this is me. I know the facts. I think I know how to figure them too. I receive 2 bull elk and 2 buck deer tags per year. I sell all 5 tags for a total of $36,000. We do not allow any of the 500s on our property unless we have our guide with them. We don't want to start forest fires. We don't want our property tore up. Nobody comes onto my property without a guide, nobody. Okay? I feed 600 to 750 elk on any given day, approximately 200 deer. Using the AURM rate to graze a cow of $20, then converting that to 600 elk equivalents, your state-owned animals consume approximately $64,000 that I could get somewhere else if I didn't have them. That's stated in another way is approximately 2,600,000 pounds of grass each year, or 1,300 tons. The cost for me to replace the feed, because if I'm a cattleman, which I can't because I'm too old and sick, but if I was still in the cattle business, you're taking my feed for your animals, which if I want to stay in the cattle business, I have to replace it. What are my options? Buy hay. 1,300 ton of hay costs $260,000. Or I can do what the DWR did on November 16th and go purchase 8,107 acres for what they call a tiny bit more than 20 million. But I can't make that work. Neither can you, by the way. So we're given. The inequities for me each year must certainly be a part of my where much is given.
Mr. Dollinger?
Yes.
That's 6 minutes if you can wrap it up.
Can I have a little more, please?
If you'll wrap it up.
I'll try, but other than that, I'll turn it to somebody else.
Okay.
Because I still got some points you need to know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm speaking for 200 people.
Please hurry.
Now, let's see. The inequities for me each year must certainly be a part of my where much is given. Now much should be expected from the DWR. But no, they want me to give more. They submitted a new 9-page draft of regulations. Looks just like all the other drafts over the years on its face. But no, it should have been stamped toxic across its face. On page 4, under R657-43-5, very cleverly inserted is the poison. My personal impact from the new regulation, had someone not tipped me off as to the change, is as follows. I would be obligated to allow up to 194 of your public hunters on my private property to hunt each year. I thought it was for 2 months. The new proposal is going to make it 4. There are 164 private landowners in the Diamond Mountain LOA. The land owned by each owner varies from approximately 10 acres to 11,000 acres. As I read it, the requirement to allow your 194 public hunters is a joint and several requirement. In other words, in theory, a 10-acre private landowner would be required to allow 194 public hunters access to their private property also. Keep in mind that some of the small landowners have never yet received a depredation tag, but their requirement by the new edict would be the same as for the largest landowner. Back to Chad Wilson's catchy phrase, obviously meant to appease public hunters and create the deception that the Diamond Mountain LOA somehow gets a very huge economic gain financed by the taxpayers. It's not true. Obviously created to get the public focus away from the fact that DWR is selling hunting tags that can't produce. The proof must be obvious.
If you can wrap it up, we normally give 3, we're going on 9.
Thank you. I've got one more page.
Let's call it that we've got it. Thank
It
you.
needs to be said.
I would hand it off.
Come on, Mark.
Okay, Mark Shivers, landowner of Diamond Mountain Landowners Association. If you were producing what you sell, your public hunters wouldn't be in such an uproar. You would produce the exact same number of animals per acres the private landowners do, allowing the public equal opportunity. Because of the unique complexes that have manifest themselves to the DWR over the years, the Diamond Mountain LOA has given a variance removing any requirement to allow public hunters onto privately owned property. But with the stroke of a pen, we would go from 0 requirement to having to allow 194 of your public hunters plus our own with no restrictions onto our privately owned property. I don't believe they have ever even considered ensuing legal and administrative nightmare for all parties involved. How did we go from democracy to dictator in the USA so quickly? The Constitution of the United States of America protects the private property rights of its citizens. We have fought wars to protect that right. If ever allowed, your public hunters would kill anything with horns and undo 30 years of all of our conservation practices. Value to sell depredation permits would drop to nothing. As a CPA having intensive experience in management of money and assets, I can't make this viable economic or practical choice under even the most radical of theories. An analyst should be performed to the actual realities of our LOA taking care of your animals is documented and proven to the satisfaction of all and made available to all 3 parties of existing agreement before such a change is even recommended for review. We, the private landowner public, by every right in America, deserve that. Just prove your case. We are fully confident we can prove ours, and we live it. Going forward, assuming you approve these regulations, please share with us how you propose to pay for the acknowledged ongoing depredation damages for your animals, either at my place or any place on the 87,000 plus privately owned acres we collectively bring to the table, especially at absolutely no cost to the DWR state of Utah. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Dave Shivers, followed by Bart Haslam.
Good morning, and thank you for giving us a minute. I'm Dave Shivers. I'm the president of the Diamond Mountain Landowners Association. I represent 87,000 acres of private property and 170 landowners. We have had a great working relationship with the division for the past 30 years, where we feel like it has been beneficial for the public, the wildlife, the division, and the property owners, where everyone was working together to accomplish different things. I hope that this rule can be tabled and sent back for more input to help solve the LOA problems that exist in this rule. I do not believe that a one-size-fits-all rule will work for everyone. I do know that if this rule is passed, everyone is going to lose, including the public, who is supposedly who we are changing this for. The biggest loser, if this passes, is going to be the wildlife. Their numbers will drop significantly in areas where the landowners opt out of the program because of the new rules. I would like to know how you are going to compensate the landowners if you pass this for wildlife as they house on their property, as they house the wildlife on their property. I have heard it said that the division does not compensate ranchers for rangeland, but that is not true. We have received vouchers for the past 30 years for this very reason. I have 18 wells on my property, all of them having solar pumps and panels connected to them, all except one which is run on 220. I have approximately 14 miles of buried 2-inch water lines and numerous water troughs and ponds. I have treated 3,000 acres of sagebrush on private property. These projects have benefited wildlife just as it has helped the domestic wildlife. Last year, being one of the worst droughts that I have lived through, I sold 100 head of cattle to compensate with not one word to the division about their herd. This will not be the case in the future if this rule passes. The Diamond Mountain landowners have never asked the division for one thing: to fix fence, water facilities, extra tags, or anything else over and above the vouchers we agreed upon as compensation during our 30 years. This will also not be the case in the future. We didn't seem to have a problem with public access until the vouchers became worth so much money. So with that thought in mind, and in 1992, I built several miles of fence. The cost of the fence in 92 was $3,000 a mile. My quote yesterday was $30,400. The cost of the tags, even though they have raised so much, have not kept up with inflation. I've heard several times, I heard a couple of comments from people that I visited with yesterday. The landowners are just dragging their feet. Why don't they come up with a proposal that will work? So let me give you a thought about that. On Diamond Mountain, the cow elk vouchers are only good for private property, the ones that we receive. They're only good for private property. A certain amount of the public tags that the public draws are only good for private property. So when we asked the division, how's that going to work? They said, we tell them up front, acquire access before you purchase the elk tag. According to them, that is working well. There's you an option. There is no way that I am willing, nor could I ever convince 170 landowners to open their property to your public hunters without them having any idea who was on their property or what they was doing. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dave. Bart, followed by Mr. Searle.
I just want to thank you for your time. I'm Bart Haslam. I'm actually the county commissioner for Uinta County. It surprises me with this issue going on that there's not more county commissioners here looking at the other side of this. And so I'm going to address it a little bit differently. And I appreciate your time with this. As a rural county commissioner, we have to look at job creation. We look at everything that comes in and how that happens. In the average right now in Uinta County, it takes $60,000 to develop a job. Every dollar that's spent in Uinta County circulates there 7 times before it leaves the area. We depend on natural resources in Uinta County for our livelihood. Deer and elk, fish, oil, gas, all this is what our economy depends on. Over time, these jobs have been created. The ranchers, they have jobs. Our guides, our fishing service on Green River, at the fisheries, all these are jobs. Changing this around, what is there works for us now. Everything in this state doesn't have to be exactly the same. We have a larger degree of private land than some of the other areas. We can't make everything fit one rule. We need to be able to look at stuff differently. I'm gonna say this, and I just want to take a few minutes on it, and I don't want to compare it, but I need you to look at it because this has happened over years. I'm going to take the Forest Service, for example. They sold forest permits to cut trees forever. Over time, they started limiting that down, limiting that down, limiting it down. I was in forest, I was in a logger for about 20 years. They finally got to the point that they were selling trees, these forest timber sales, but they wouldn't allow us to get roads into them. So they stranded that resource. Oil and gas, the same thing's going on with the administration we have right now. They're selling us leases, but they're not giving us ADP so we can drill a hole. This is the same project, what you're doing here on our animals. These folks have put together a plan that works. We have jobs, we have guides, we have tourists. Our airports, our private land, our private airport and our public airport depends on these hunters coming in to buy these tags and to keep the fences mended, keep the your water projects going, all the different things that we do up there. It depends on these tags and that to do, and the ability to control who goes on your private land. If you change this around and you start letting just public access go on everybody's land, those jobs go away. Because they cannot do a hunt, they can't bring in hunters, they can't do that kind of stuff if they can't control when and where and how these hunts go on. As economic development in rural areas, natural resources are key. They are key to the success of rural areas. And I appreciate all that you've done to help us get to the point of what we have there now. And I can see in just months of this passing, that will all change. Because I don't see any of the members of the Diamond Mountain LOA letting public access on their place, and so they'll pull out. And so those animals will be stranded, and then we're going to have to find a different way to pay to have them there. And I would suggest that you take time to table this. I've been in your position for the last 4 years. I sit behind the bench and I get these same comments. So I'm on the other side of the fence, and I appreciate you listening. But sometimes it does take a little bit more time to put together the economic side of it. Let's let everybody benefit from this. Let's get the way this works, and so the jobs and the landowners are protected, their private rights. There is nothing worse than watching the federal government overreach on the landowners and on the public every day. I would suggest that we don't do that at the state level also. Let the counties, let the private landowners be part of the discussion, that we can put this in place, that we can keep the natural resources as an economic boost to our societies and to our job market. So with that, I'd say right now, I'm talking about the Diamond Mountain one because that's the one I'm familiar with. And actually, I'll talk about the Book Cliffs and the other ones. But don't fix something that's not broken right now in the area. Give us time to work on it and come up with fixes if we need to. Don't strand the resources like the BLM and the Forest Service did. And the thing is, and I want to touch this, now the Forest Service has done that. Now they have 3 foot of forest that's just laying on top of each other. You can't get through it. It's hurting the elk population. It's hurting the deer population because they can't travel through there. And now they're coming back to the industry and asking us to come back. Well, we lost a whole progression. We lost the loggers, we lost the sawmills, we lost everything. And they're not going to come back and rebuild those businesses. And we'll do the same here. If we don't take the time to protect the people that invested the money in the businesses now, we lose them, we won't get them back. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
My name is Randy Searle. I'm representing the Diamond Mountain Landowner Association on the board of directors. I'm gonna try to read this because if I don't, I get running around where I shouldn't be running around. The Diamond Mountain Limited Entry was created at the request of the DWR. We didn't go and ask them. They come and ask us because they're having problems. The DWR approached the Diamond Mountain Landowner Association, which was a group of private landowners which was working together, trying to take care of vandalism, trespassing, killing of our livestock, along with the damages done by the elk and deer. The DWR told us that if they told the Diamond Mountain people if they could get 60% of the landowners to sign up, that they would turn this into a limited entry, which would give us a chance to receive some money for the damages we had. The DWR at that time was having all kinds of trouble. They had so much problem with the wildlife and mitigation, predation, that they was looking for some relief. And we could see their problem, and so we wanted to just step in and help, and it was going to be, we figured it'd be good for everybody. So what it was is they was going to give us vouchers. This is what they was for. They was going to give us vouchers for the damages, the depredation and mitigation of the elk and deer. And so that seemed like that would be a good deal. The Landowner Association went to work on getting the 60%. They worked hard on that. And there's 3 of these men right here today in this group here that helped to do that. And so they went ahead and they worked extremely hard. And they didn't just get 60%, they got 100% of the landowners signed on. We're kind of a sticky group. We kind of stick together, and that's where we're at right now. We're sticking together here. Okay, we need to keep in mind that it wasn't, let me get back here, that it wasn't the private landowners agreeing to, if it wasn't for the private landowners agreeing to this limited entry, it wouldn't be there today. It's because of the Diamond Mountain landowners that is there. We've got 1/3 of the property. Well, we've got over 2/3 of the AUMs on our property compared to the DWR. In 2007, we was able to get a variance from the DWR, but there was a reason why we got that variance, because we had been taken on our own when a public individual come onto our property. Am I doing something wrong here? I can hear that. Anyway, we would have them sign it. We'd sign it, and they would have them sign a piece of paper, kind of like a little. I've got some of them right here. But we kept track of everybody that we let on, and that's the reason that they was willing to give us the variance. Well, after we got the variance in 2007, we just kept doing the same thing. We kept taking landowners and getting their names and turning them into the DWR. At that time, Boyd Blackwell, he said, "Hey guys, we don't want these anymore. You've got your variance. Just don't worry about it. You don't need to keep bringing these in." Well, we made a mistake. We quit getting the signatures down. But this is one of the things I think we can do right today. See, they wanted us to come with some stuff before, but nobody had listened to us. But hopefully everybody's gonna maybe listen. We've got some ideas. We can take and we're going to start it. We've already discussed it as the board of directors. We're going to go ahead and start this year making up these receipts again. We let the public in on our private property, but we choose who we let in. We don't accept anybody else telling us what we're going to do with our private property. You know, we look at it that we still live in America, and we will choose, and we have no problem letting people in. But to the DWR says that they'll just send them to us. They'll give the numbers and they'll just send them, and we take them, and we have no say. Boy, you know, I'm getting old and I'm hard-headed, and I'm not used to somebody telling me what I have to do with my private property. So that's probably not going to work very good. You know, this has been going on now for approximately, I've got down here approximately 28 years, but I guess it's been about 30 years. But anyway, this limited entry. But the problem that I see right now, our society has become a entitlement society. They think that we private landowners, we owe them. They have a right to come on our property. They're entitled to it. But they forget they didn't buy it. They've not worked it. They've not maintained it. They've not improved it. I'm like Dave Shivers. I think I've got 16 wells. I put in 26 ponds. I put $100,000 worth of power lines in, salted ponds, killed sagebrush. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. But nobody wants to seem to think that matters, but it does. It matters a whole lot. So we don't want to be unfair and be dishonest in any way. But it would be like me sending somebody to your home and say, you need to let them in and spend a night. And you're going like, I don't know these people. It don't matter. You just let them in anyway because I'm telling you to. That's really hard to swallow for some of us. It really is. And Let me look here. I've kind of skipped around here anyway. And so the vouchers have been, they've been a good thing. They've helped us to help pay for the damage and stuff to our property. But, oh my goodness, I've had so much fun, I can hardly stand it. Anyway, what I'm saying is we'd like to, I'd like to just ask each of you to please just step back and take a look at this. Step back with a fresh set of eyes. When I try to do things, I try to step in the other guy's shoes and understand where he's coming from. Nobody's tried to do that with us. And so we just pray that, no, I shouldn't say pray, but we do. I do pray. I pray that, I just hope that you will stand back and look at this. And there's a lot can be done and we can do it. And we can do it together, but we can't do it with a lopsided committee. It's not fair to have 2 for us and 8 against us. It just don't work that way. So we appreciate your time and thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I dare say that my association, I've give over $12 million to wildlife and sportsmen between here, everything I've done. So I also got 11 years of my life in wildlife. So I worked for both the state and federal. So I appreciate what you guys on that side of the fence too, because I went through the adjudication, the BLM, and it's not fun, I tell you that. You know, one thing I know that people hate change, you know, but here's what I like to say, about the Diamond Mountain, since we're talking about that first. So I actually represent 2 associations. I got property on the Diamond Mountain. I also got on the Book Cliffs. Anyway, as being a wildlife guy before, I got property up there, but I belong in an association. I'm in Kettle Creek right there at the end of Davenport there. And we got about 2,400 acres in there. I got a nice cabin on that. And I drew out a couple of permits over 20 years there. And yet I can't be able to hunt on my own property right there. I hunt on the Forest Service. So I look at the situation through there and my taxes just for the cabin is $8,000 a month, a year. And of course, my taxes is another $3,500. So, I figure it costs me about $350 a night to stay up there, which really doesn't make sense. So here's what my association, what I could consider doing. And I wished I had a map I could show you, but if you took a curb across from the highway from on the Manila Highway and come over and all of a sudden you hit the road, comes into the Diamond Mountain by Diamond Mountain Gulch. And that's what they call the Diamond Mountain Road. If you took that road and come clear back around to where it goes down to the Matt Warner and take that road all the way back down and go to the Little Hole, that takes care of quite a few landowners in there. The permits that I've gone in there and a lot of the people hunted that we drew out that, there's about 70% of that property in there is either state, federal, Forest Service, or public land can get into it. Now, if you go down the Davenport Road, there's no access at all unless you're actually a private individual there. You can let somebody on. So you'd have to have access to that. But, being young before, I've walked all over that country, all of it. Well, age gives away, but that there is access from the Fish and Game Farm by Matt Warner Reservoir, you can get on it and access that. And tons of property you can get to once you drop down the Little Hole for access. And I've walked through it, all of it. Guarantee that. So if you're young enough, you can still have that access ability to do it. I think that should take that consideration and make a boundary change and put it with the Ashley Vernal. Get rid of the limited entry on that. And the landowner belongs in that way. They can either sell access or whatever. But going down the Davenport Road, there's no way you can get access unless the landowner lets you into because the gate's locked or it's private property. But that's a public road down there, but you can't get off the public road unless you got access on it. So that's my suggestion for as far as the Diamond Mountain concerned. Well, if you did that, then it doesn't leave enough property within the limited entry because it doesn't qualify for limited entry. Then it forces in that to either be a CWMU or whatever. So that would eliminate life. If you look at all the problems of the people in the CWMU, I don't think you have many problems at all. I think they've had that way. But you got so many landowners and stuff in Diamond Mountain, it's going to be a difficult situation. You're going to probably have some damage within that area. You have to handle that one by one. So that's my Diamond Mountain thing. That's that. Now, I also belong to the Book Cliffs Association. I got a little recreation ranch down there. But this comes from the president there, and he wanted me to read this note that he wanted to send here. And this is from Mark Hill. He's a president of the Book Cliffs Association. He says, our ranch is a member of the Book Cliff Landowners Association. Our ranch strongly opposes a proposed draft amendments to the landowner permits program. The landowner permit program was originally designed to help ranchers and farmers with agriculture depredation. Over the past years, we feel that the Utah Department of Natural Resources has lost sight of the purpose of the program. In our association, we have experienced cuts in our allotted elk and deer tags, which in turn results in less and less income to cover the depredation losses. Our ranch has preferred livestock AUMs, which the Utah Division of Resources has managed to use for their buffalo and other wildlife, then continue to blame our livestock for their overgrazing. We feel that over the years we have been given until the Utah Division of Resources continues to take, and we have been pushed to the point that if we are no longer tolerating it, the bottom line is where we are not supporting this rule change, and it will pass when we will not, then we will withdraw from the LOA. We will use other options to deal with depredation with the Utah Division of Wildlife Land Resources. And he says, thank you. And so there's two branches that get together. And if they both pull out, then that eliminates the Book Cliffs Association. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate your insight on both of those. Maria Wyndham, followed by Christopher Robinson.
Sorry. I have in these binders some hard copies of the document we sent late based on some grammar responses we received. And I was just offering to give those hard copies to the board.
Set them right here. Thank you.
Additionally, I'm providing to you a copy of an affidavit from Jim Drollinger. It covers a lot of what he previously spoke of, but he's performed calculations of the comparative value of the forage that is being used by the elk and deer on Diamond Mountain to what is being obtained through proceeds of the permit program. And we thought that was important to clarify the record on that. So I am Marie Wyndham. I'm an attorney. I represent Diamond Mountain Landowners Association, the entity. I'm not going to attempt to restate or expand on what you've heard today. I think the other landowners in this association have given some very persuasive views on why the proposed amendments are setting up a new limited entry landowners permit program that is just a non-starter for these LOAs. What I would like to do is then take a step back. You've heard that Diamond Mountain and several other LOAs are very likely to end these associations and basically revert back to wildlife management as it existed before the 1990s when this program came around. The question I have is, what is the justification for that? What is the policy that the board, DWR has offered for these proposed rules? And do those reasons measure up to the harm that is being described to you here today if the rules pass? So first of all, the reasons that were given here today were that a more objective criteria was needed to be applied because different LOAs have different rules. Well, the reason that different LOAs have different rules is that this program has filled the role of the depredation compensation that DWR provides to private landowners. And those needs vary significantly in different areas of the state. In fact, DWR has an obligation as a manager and as a custodian, trustee of wildlife to consider wildlife and also private uses and individual
areas of the state and the needs of different areas of the state. So this overarching goal of using some specific objective criteria that apply to one place and not another is not a very important goal in my view. The harm outweighs the benefit there. Specifically, when the objective criteria was identified as the purpose, we were discussing this difference between whether LOAs would be compensated through their tags based on habitat or acreage. And DWR today has stated that acreage is the only objective way to do that. I don't see how habitat is not objective. That can also be measured. DWR has the tools to do that. So just choosing, quote, objective criteria is not a sufficient justification to change these rules in this way and make them apply to all LOAs in the same manner. The other reasons that were given at this meeting was public access, that public access to private lands needs to be, quote, fair and transparent, just like public access to public lands. That is completely contrary to the concept and the constitutional protections of private lands, not only by the federal constitution, but also by the state constitution. Private landowners have a fundamental right to exclude persons from their property. And it's not the role of government to tell them who they must have on their property, when, why, how. In order to get to that level of regulation, you would actually have to, and I think there's a misperception here that there's some kind of an agreement that's being performed where the landowners are getting more value than they're entitled to, and therefore are required to give up some sort of access to compensate for what they're getting. From what you've heard today, that is not the case at all. Landowners are getting some compensation for their depredation, but they are not getting something they are not entitled to. And if this board imposes a rule that requires landowners to give up public access in order to get relief from depredation, that rule is very likely to be unconstitutional. And my understanding is that Diamond Mountain Landowners is fully ready to go ahead and challenge that rule if it is accepted by the board. So for many reasons, we hope that you will reconsider this rule, look back at the materials that we've provided, the history of the creation of this rule, and take a step back before you take this route. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Chris, followed by Ben Louder.
Thank you, Wildlife Board. I'm Chris Robinson. I'm the president of the Pavat Mountain Landowner Limited Liability Company, which has an association down, as the name implies, on the Pavat. I first want to state that I think you have a difficult job and appreciate your dedication. And I want to also call out the DWR staff with whom I've worked on this as a member of this landowner committee for some roughly years period of time, and have had many other dealings. And I think they acquit themselves very well and have done a good job in trying to do this. To try to come up with a rule. Our committee consisted of, as has been stated, 2 landowner association representatives, David Chivers and I, he for Diamond Mountain and I for the Pavat Mountain. There isn't a landowner association like there is for the CWMU, so I did not appreciate that my duty was to try to corral all these other associations. And if there's been a failure of communication, I'll accept that I didn't do my job well. Had I known that was part of the assignment, I would have, and I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. It seems to me that your process is usually to have the staff, I'll call it, the biologists, come up with a rule that then gets vetted through the racks and then arrives at you, and you have discretion to make a decision. In this case, the staff felt it was important enough to convene a broad spectrum committee that comprised of representatives of the public hunters, that comprised representatives of the Farm Bureau, Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, 2 landowner association representatives, and others, and met very deliberately, and also helped formulate a survey that was done, as Chad reported, to try to assess some of this. I operate in several states and have land holdings, and I can echo the comment that we are the envy. As a landowner, I would 10 times rather do business in this state than in Wyoming or Idaho, where I have significant holdings and where we feed a lot of publicly owned wildlife and have very meager methods for getting compensated compared to the CWMU and Landowner Association rules. And so I'm cognizant of the chair's statement earlier that it would be good to make a decision of some sort so that it's not made by others. And I think it would be everyone would lose if this program goes away. And my experience, albeit limited with the legislature, is it's sort of like going to an auction and you don't know what you're going to sell your cattle for. It can be a bit of a crapshoot. And so I subscribe to the notion that having this body and the racks and others make this decision is preferable than to pushing it upstairs. I don't know what might come. I think the way I look at it is I come from a matter of fairness, and the fairness position that I take is that we need to strike a balance between the landowner rights and the public. And in the end, and I'm not separating landowners from the public, but a lot of the public doesn't own land. And in the end, in the long run, in the trajectory of time, that we may find up coming short if we have a program that is disrespectful of the public trust in which the wildlife is held and the right of public hunters to access that wildlife. And so this rule, that where I think it creates fairness, is if we want tags to hunt the whole unit, that the public tags should be able to hunt the private land. Now, I understand, as has been stated, that there are different kinds of LOAs, including Diamond Mountain, that is a breed unto itself, with dozens, tens of dozens of landowners and lots of different issues, and that makes it more difficult. Our association is we get 6 tags. We have been, and we have 23,000 acres on that mountain, which, as is required, is over 50% of the private land in habitat. But we wind up, so it means to us, we maybe allow 6 hunters, not 194. I don't know how that works. I see my time is fast coming to an end, and I'll try to summarize it. It seems like that, I should say, this rule would reduce, we believe, if tags are allocated by acreage, which is a quantifiable method, as opposed to what I call the let's make a deal approach, which is whoever can convince the biologists that their habitat is more valuable to wildlife gets more tags. And I don't mean to be flippant about that, but we would receive a 1/3 reduction if we would do it mathematically. Is what our estimate is. So it's not necessarily in our financial interest, But I get back to the fairness question, and I would just end by, if you feel like that this needs to be postponed, perhaps there could be an association of the associations put together that would be similar to what you have for the CWMUs, that would then allow a means of getting more input. Thanks for your time, and sorry to go over.
Chris, thank you, and thanks for your time on the committee. Ben Louder, followed by Troy Justice.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Louder, representing Utah Archery Association. Having listened to some of the comments today, I feel like there's a significant misunderstanding on some parts of how this recommendation would be implemented, particularly in respect to the number of hunters, public hunters that would have access to some of these private lands. I don't know if that's a failure of the committee or failure of communication from the DWR to these landowners. I don't know, but I think that's a challenge that the division needs to take on and address, and good luck with that. I would like to see that addressed. That said, having seen the list of committee members on this committee and heard from many of them, I feel like this committee was very well represented from all relative constituencies. I know they put a lot of work and effort into this recommendation, and I want to thank those committee members for putting the time in for that. And with that, Utah Archery Association supports this recommendation as presented. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Troy, followed by Wade Garrett.
Troy Justinson, Sports Fish and Wildlife. I feel a lot like that Southwest commercial. You want to get away? Yeah. No, I appreciate the advice that Kyle gave us earlier. And it's kind of ironic. I have a little bit of advice I could give him where he just got married, 30 some odd years ago when I went through the temple on my wedding day, and had an 85-year-old gentleman give me some advice that may be applicable to him. He looks at me and says, son, a man is not complete until he's married, then he's finished. So good luck with that, Kyle. For those of you guys heard me speak a couple times at the RAC, this has been an extremely difficult process. I have strong emotional ties to both sides, being landowners, being sportsmen, and this has not been easy. Chad mentioned that this process started about 8-10 years ago. It was Wade and myself that started it, that this system was broke. We needed to find a way to fix it. We needed to find a way to reward those landowners that were actually benefiting wildlife and also protect the public interest. As this thing's evolved and gone through these committees, I've had some heartburns. I've gone back and forth on what's fair and what's right. And the two things that I wanted to accomplish most, the first is to make sure the public is taken care of. At the end of the day, these animals belong to the public, everybody in this room. Second, I wanted to make sure those landowners that are benefiting wildlife are adequately taken care of. Wade and I had this conversation. Well, what's fair? I mean, do we go by acreage count? Do we go like Nevada on a physical count? And quite honestly, I was leaning that way because to me, that makes most sense. You go in a guy's field, he's got X deer there, you get X permits. But as I talked to the committee and went through these things and thought things out, quite honestly, I think what the committee came up with is most fair. And here's why. For 30 some odd years, I've been a guide and outfitter. I've bought a lot of these tags. In 20 some odd years of guiding people on the Ponscont, the Pomont, whatever, when I buy these landowner tags, I have never killed an animal on private land. The true benefit to these vouchers is being able to hunt public land. If you take that component away, the value of these tags drops significantly. I'm all in favor. I hope these guys make $1 million off these vouchers. But at the end of the day, these vouchers are taken right off the top of the average guy that's waited 25, 30 years to put in. We have to be able to justify and look them in the eye and say, you know what? This is what you get in return. So I'm comfortable with what the committee came up with. That they go by acreage, but they also, there's a habitat factor. With the migration initiative, they can go in and say, hey, wildlife is using that. The other thing we push for in this is adding a metric to it to where we can gauge whether it's working or not working. When I say working or not working, I'm talking about for the landowner and for the public. We can sit down and say, you know what, access ain't working. We got to change something. Or wait, how we're determining tags is not working. We got to change something. On the flip side, for the public, we can say the same thing. I'm real happy to hear that the LOAs are actually getting together and forming an association. Through this process, I think we all admit there's a lack of communication, and that's why we've ended up where we're at here today. If we can better ourselves and learn from the past, better communicate things, have more organization on the landowner side of things, we can talk these things out. Guys, we want to be on the same side. We don't want to fight each other. We start fighting each other, we're done. We're done. Each of us have a target on our backs. Are we all going to get everything we want? We're not, but there's got to be a level of compromise. I've sat on more committees than I can care to remember. I can't name one that I walked in and said, yep, got everything I wanted. There has to be compromise. And I appreciate the time and the effort the committee's put in. I know there's some reps from like Farm Bureau and others there that take some heat. Say, hey, you're too much of a sportsman. I get accused the same thing. Hey, you're too much for the landowners, you type deal. There's got to be a happy medium. So with that, and I appreciate you going back to the committee and asking them what they've heard through the racks and if there's anything they'd heard they knew would change, and you did make some changes. So with that, Sports and Fish and Wildlife would support the recommendations. But we're also open to, if you as a board decide that, hey, we need to have another meeting to decide that, we'd support you in that decision as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Wade. And our last one will be Daniel Crozier.
Wade Garrett, Utah Farm Bureau. I want to get on Troy's Southwest fight. And that was good advice, by the way. I wasn't quite 30 years, but the marriage advice was good. As was mentioned, Utah Farm Bureau did have a seat on this committee. It was actually originally Spencer Gibbons due to us losing employees through leaving and passing away. Spencer then assigned me. So we had a mixed bag from Utah Farm Bureau. And as Troy mentioned, we didn't get everything we wanted, but we did try to push hard for one of the rules that you see in there is being able to, for private property owners, to come up with rules to help them protect their private property. We felt like that was very important as something the committee gave on. Also, one of the things that I would like to bring up that was brought up was the losing of points for general season. So something that may need to be pointed out is not all my members can access an LOA. In fact, 21 in the state, I believe. Some of those are actually in overlap. So probably 17 LOAs in the state. So the only way you can access one of those is be in a limited entry area. So many landowners don't even have access to an LOA at all. So if it's for deprivation, then the state would need to make it so everybody could access. So that was one of the things we considered in fairness, is it is an opt-in program that isn't available to everyone. And we understand that for reasons, the way it's set up. But one of the things in the 600 tags that is given, now we're changing that to a percentage, is the losing of points. That I think for our landowners, that's not a lot. I get the point creep, but one area is for these general season hunters that apply for those tags. The one reward they can get, because they do not sell these, they have to use them by themselves or immediate family, is the opportunity that if they do hunt one of these other areas, they can keep building preference points. When you've got me all confused which one's which, but the preference points, so they can hunt maybe an area that they typically prefer hunting, but their thank you for working with wildlife is that they don't lose those points. So we do support this rule and understand it wasn't perfect, but we sat on the committee and there was consensus. We fought for things that we lost, but we also got things that we won. And so we do support this, and we do appreciate it coming back because we did add a few things that I think were really good. So I appreciate you guys sitting here and your service on these committees. I know it's not easy, and thanks for your time.
Daniel?
Daniel Crozier, Utah Cattlemen President right now. But the things that I'm going to say are going to be more of on a private and not truly representing the cattlemen's, other than I do know that we're all watching to see how our private lands are talked about and discussed. In the basin, there's been some discussion on the chronic wasting disease and private land hunts there. I talked to a fellow that does meat processing, and I asked him, I says, well, what kind of problems are we really seeing with this CWD? And on that, he sent back to me this morning, 767 tests performed. This was the last year. I'm aware of 2 positive. Similar results for the last 15 years. No animal exhibited symptoms, and CWD has never transferred to humans in millions of deer harvested and eaten annually. Now, I can't verify all of that information, but when we kind of, that was the discussion around there, is we want to control this CWD, and so we're going to have some public hunting on private lands. I have some pretty big bucks that hang out in what we call Cobble Hollow. The neighbor allowed hunters to come onto his property a year ago. And of course, when you shoot them in the hayfield, if they don't drop immediately, where do they go? Then they go down onto my property. Then they're after me to have access to go gather them up and take them out. Well, we try to work with that as best we can, but it's really disappointing when you find wheel tracks through your hay fields and these kind of things. And so I guess my concern is as we open up one public lands or private lands for public use, where do we put the lid on it? And how do we control all of these other things? Because one of the statements that Mr. Wilson said on some questions that he was asked, I don't foresee. Well, how many of you would have foreseen what we're discussing today a few years ago? So these things that I don't foresee is kind of a big question to me. And I just feel like that, and the concern that I've heard from the cattlemen's was maybe we need to have a little better discussion on some of these things prior to making rules. So I appreciate all you do. I think we all serve because of the big bucks that we get for our service, and we try to make a difference, and hopefully we can work together. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. So with that, we do have enough lunch for everyone here. We'd like to take time to be able to break for lunch. I was told that Dax can only have 1 piece of chicken, but other than that, we can break for lunch. All right, let's go ahead and gather up and we'll go ahead and start. All right, thank you for your patience, and hopefully you had a good lunch, and we'll get started. Is there any clarification on any of the comments, Chad?
Yeah, I'll touch on a couple here. Seems like we had lunch and then maybe things died down a little bit and try to remember everything that happened before lunch. But I just made a couple notes here. One was Dell kind of brought up us being able to tweak things. And I think he's right, but I don't know that we necessarily have to have all the things that he's talking about in rule, that there's things that we could tweak after the rule was passed. He specifically was talking about like getting an advisory committee together. I think that would be something that we don't necessarily have to be mandated by rule to do that. We could still get an advisory committee together and have them hear any complaints. And I think a lot of these other issues like that, we can handle those things that way. I did just want to emphasize too, we're talking about private lands and private land rights, that this is a voluntary program, and it's the trade-off is if you get vouchers, then we're asking for public access, but you don't have to, I guess you don't have to be part of the program. So in that sense, it's if you want to be part of the program, then yeah, we're going to ask for some things, but if you don't want to allow public access, then maybe it's not the program for you. There was talk about everybody being on the land at the same time. That is one thing that we've addressed in the rule, especially with this clarification, was that you can spread those hunters out by season dates. The other thing that I would point out is there is probably just as likely or possibly even more likely that there's 0 people on the public or on the private land. They have the ability to go there, but they're going to go where the wildlife is. If it's being harvested on public land, the chances are that they're going to be on public land. I would think a lot of the people on limited entry units have been scouting those units and know where the wildlife is and probably have an idea where they want to hunt before they go into it. There was a little bit of talk too about this being a good program, which I think there has been a lot of good things that have come out of this program, but there's a reason why we were asked by the Wildlife Board to come up with some revisions, and it's because it wasn't working for everybody. And that's why we've made the proposals that we have made is because of that. One other clarification, well, I have a few more, but we talked about monetary compensation, and somebody said that there is compensation, and they're correct in the fact that we can give antlerless vouchers. It's up to 10% of what's counted for rangeland. So I would just clarify that we don't pay. It's not monetary compensation on rangeland. We have the ability to help with fences, and then we can give mitigation vouchers that they can sell and make money that way. One other thing, and I guess when I think about this is the comments that were made a lot by Diamond Mountain was just the potential that the CWMU program really sounds like it would address a lot of their concerns. There'd be a lot less hunters, specifically public hunters, they could do a 90-10 split. It'd only be 10%. My thoughts were a little bit of maybe that's why that was included in the rule in the first place, is to avoid this, but they'd have a lot more control over their lands. And there was a point too that they said, not all CWMUs don't have the amount of landowners that they do, which is true for a lot of CWMUs, but we also do have some CWMUs that have a significant amount of landowners in them. And there's a potential too there that they could break that up into multiple CWMUs where they wouldn't have to have, and to a certain degree they'd have to, but they wouldn't have to have every landowner in the CWMU. Just as a reminder, so there was a little bit of talk about the choice of the hunters, that they want to be able to choose those hunters. And the problem we have with that is that if it's just their choice, that leaves a lot of other people out. And we had these comments at the Northeast rack. Actually, a guy that used to be on the rack there said he'd called 20 landowners on Diamond Mountain, was told no by each and every one of them. And so for us, it's more of a fairness issue that it's a resource, it's a public resource, it's everybody's resource, right? Everybody should have access to that. Once again, and that's the choice from them if they want to participate in that program. And I've said the last thing like 4 times, but this is really the last one that I'm going to do. I just want to remind you that Diamond was given a chair at this table from the very beginning of this process. So I know a lot of the comments today have come from Diamond Mountain Landowner Association, but we have invited them to the table for the full entire year that we were holding those committee meetings, specifically because we thought they might have concerns. And so I feel like we've given them a lot of time to voice their concerns. That's all I have.
Thank you. One question from your comments, Chad, was with the CWMU Association, it's private land. Is the way they get around some of that, do they provide guides with the public land to escort them on their land? Is that somehow how they get around that? Or can you speak to that, doing both the LOA and the CWMUs?
So I think either group could provide guides. A lot of CWMUs will have a guide, and they'll require that guide for both the public and the private. Others will just say, here's the ranch, have at it. There's a lot of different ways you can do it. An LOA, they would have that ability to say, I don't think they'd require a guide for the public land, but they'd have the ability on their private land saying, hey, if you're going to hunt, let's have a guide show you around. That should alleviate a lot of concerns too, as far as, you'd have somebody there making sure that people are following the rules and being where they're supposed to be and doing what they're supposed to be doing.
But that is an ability the LOAs have to create that as a rule.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'm gonna go through each of the racks and provide what those motions were. In the central region, the motion was made to accept the DWR recommendation as presented, with the exception that they excluded the cactus buck, the management hunt, and the hams hunts, and this passed 7-1. In the northern region, they made the motion accept the landowner rule amendment as presented, with the exception the rule is reviewed in 3 years following of the COR renewal. That passed 6-5 with 1 abstention. The southern region moved that they reject the division's proposal and recommend that it be revisited in order to gather additional input, and that passed unanimous. And in the southeast region, made the motion to accept the proposal as presented, but include a system that measures the success of the program, that includes feedback from hunters and landowners and meets intended goals, and that passed unanimous. And in the northeast region, the motion was made to table this vote and send it back to the board for further discussion. and that passed 5-1. Thank you. With that, I'm going to open it up to the board for discussion.
I guess I'll start. Any of you that contacted me, this won't be a surprise. The general public access is a hard line for me with this. It is something that I guess if I'm alone on here with this, that I'll go down with. I believe it has to be part of this program. I believe it is a matter of fairness with that. And so that is a line that I have told everybody on this. And so that shouldn't be any surprise to anyone. The other issue we're talking about, I mean, we have points, we can talk about points, but the way that the permits are allocated, I was really on the fence on this one until I watched the Northeast rack. And I watched that room. I watched what was happening in that room. I watched a discussion on AUMs, and Chairman Prevedal couldn't get a sentence out without what ifs and yeah buts being fired from the audience on him on what he was trying to explain. And that really pretty solidified me on, I need a math equation on this. I don't want gray. I don't want smoke on how these permits are allocated, whether it's acreage or whatever it is. It's got to be a math equation. It's not a thumb in the air. It's not anything smoke and mirrors, yeah buts, any of that. It's got to be that. And the reason I feel strongly about that is there was a lot of local power and a lot of local influence in that room. And there were people that were intimidated by that. And our DWR employees have to live out in that community. And their son wants to make a basketball team and their daughter wants to make a drill team. And they probably, with the nature of our communities, go to church with somebody, or they go to church with somebody who knows somebody. And so I don't want them to be in a position to have to say no on this. I want them to be able to stand behind a math equation. Now, what that math equation is, I'm open for or ideas. But I also don't want our division to feel like we've got a commodity. And I can get them another elk tag so that this happens. I don't want that. I mean, we're all accused of being in somebody's pocket. I don't want the employees to feel like they have anything to sell, and I don't want those employees to be pressured one way or another. So the Northeast rack basically solidified me on, we've got to come up with a math equation. The easiest math equation is acreage. It may be more complicated than that, but I don't want these questions of 30 days and 60 days, and it's here this month and there that month. That just muddies the water. It messes up this program, at least in my mind. And so right now I'm sitting with just approving this proposal with the change that I would, if it comes up to a motion, I will vote to keep the points the way that it was in the past with regard to of those preference points.
That they keep their points.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, could I jump in? And I appreciate what Carl's saying, and I agree with him. There's got to be some kind of equation to take some of the guesswork out of this. There's been a lot of criticism of this program in the past. Is this just a good old boy thing? Whoever knows somebody that knows somebody gets a few extra permits. And that was the number one motivation the division had in wanting to redo this, was to get some consistency, taking the guesswork out of it and just having some X's and some O's. If I could back up a little bit, I want to talk a little bigger picture. I mean, we're already down in the weeds, but I want to back up just a little bit and talk maybe a little bit of history and just the why we have this program. Does this program even make sense anymore? And because to me, that's at the heart of what we're talking about here. It's not whether or not a landowner gets to keep preference points. I mean, yeah, that's a tiny piece of it. But to me, there needs to be an honest discussion about what's the purpose of this program. Troy alluded to the fact that he and I have been brainstorming and kicking around ideas and pointing out flaws in this program for 10 years. And there have been significant flaws in this program. You know, we've been saying it for how long that this is broken. And so I've been encouraging racks and boards for the last 10 years to let's address it. Let's look at some of this. There's so much inequity in this that it's hard to justify. How do you defend this program when there's just so much inequity in it? And I think we need to step back, though, and consider, why is this thing even in existence? There's a lot been said about a public resource. And this is a public resource. I hope there's no debate about that, even amongst the landowners. I hope there's no debate that the citizens of Utah, the residents of Utah, own this wildlife. But there is also an issue that their property, this resource, is trespassing onto private property and receiving and taking significant resource owned by that private property owner. So there is a give and take here. This isn't just a public resource, we need to protect the public. There is also, that public resource is also taking something that is owned by someone. And so this is a trade-off. This is a straight up and down partnership. And I hope, I mean, I've heard a lot of people say, you know, this LOA thing has just become a welfare case and we're just handing out vouchers to these landowners and they're making so much money. I think we need to really talk that through, because I don't think there's any basis behind that claim. I think I can make the argument that yes, public resource, private property, that public resource trespasses onto private property, takes resource, and so in turn, that private property owner receives some compensation in terms of vouchers, and we're done. Is that not a fair trade? I mean, I think there's an argument could be made there. And yet we're adding this cherry on top of public access, like that's the trade. Public resource, you get permits, and to compensate for that, we need public access. And I don't believe that. Maybe it's not an equitable trade. Maybe we've got a public resource. Maybe we've got, you know, resource taken from private landowners, and that isn't a fair trade. Maybe we do need that cherry on top. But I think we need to consider the fact that it's that public access is not the trade component. The landowners have already allowed that private or that public resource to trespass on their property and take from them. I think that's got to be considered in the overall scheme of this. And if we do, to me, that frames this conversation up a little different. I think we've got to consider, are we incentivizing these landowners? And if so, is it too much? Is it not enough? And then how do we get there? Because if we can sit and nitpick about, you know, permit here and an allocation there and a public access there, but to me, is the fundamental structure of this thing sound? And that's what I'd like to spend a second to talk about if we could.
So listening to that argument, I guess the question that I have, Wade, is they didn't give us how many LOAs, what that acreage is, but there's 11.4 million acres of private land in Utah. And the only ones that are receiving that compensation now are the ones that are signed up in the LOA. But making the argument that you're making, all of the landowners in Utah that have any wildlife on them should be receiving these vouchers.
I think that's a great point. And it comes back to what I thought was a fundamental flaw of this program from the beginning. Troy and I beat this to death. Why are we rewarding landowners that aren't benefiting these herds? Is that not what we're trying to trade off here? Public resources going on to private property and taking. Let's compensate. If wildlife is not going on to these private lands, why are we compensating them? I think that's a serious injustice. But in turn, if a piece of private property is benefiting a wildlife herd, why aren't we compensating them? To me, it's a very basic, fundamental issue of fairness.
I agree with you, Wade. I don't know how we get there, to be honest with you. When I hear Mr. Drollinger has 600 head of elk on his property, that's different than maybe another guy that has has a similar quality of, that doesn't have 600 head of elk on it. Somehow we got to get there to make it fair. But, and I kind of harped, I was on the committee also that made this rule. Just, we discussed it several times about percent of usage. How do we get there? And it's going to take funds to do that. And one of the things that we talked about, we couldn't do here is cost the taxpayers any more money with this program. We have to be cost level. So how do we get it? I agree. I think you're exactly right. We shouldn't be compensating landowners for wildlife that isn't there. And we ought to be compensating the ones that have lots of wildlife for what they're providing. But right now, the fairest thing we could come up with as a group, I guess, was acreage. Now, it's not good. I hate to see 4 of our LOAs, we're using part of the thing was for usage. So those 4 are going to lose tags over this. I hate to see that. I hate to see any LOA lose any tags over this. But I don't know how we get there until maybe there's better technology. Maybe we have some way to do that isn't going to cost an arm and a leg to do it. But I totally agree with you. I think we need to. But right now, I think that's why I supported the percent of acreage, because that's the best we have that I know of.
So I just want to make sure, are you suggesting that we do away with this program and go somewhere else? Or is that what you're suggesting?
I mean, I don't know how many of you remember, but 15 months ago when we tasked them to go do this, I said, if all you do is go put a paint job on this and give it a different name and bring it back to us, I'm going to have a hard time supporting it. And I'm not going to say that's what happened. But to me, there was a fundamental restructure needed, because otherwise there are instances where it's a welfare case. Otherwise, there are landowners where the amount of taking that is happening on their property they're not incentivized to care about wildlife. And I get the point that a complete restructure and start over that's a huge heavy lift. And I get that. But again, I would rather have a program built on sound fundamentals than, let's tweak this and call it good. And I feel a little bit like that's where we are. And I think we've also got to address the reality of it. We're 30 years down the road on this thing. Sometimes it's just impossible. It's not hard. It's impossible to turn a ship around and start it over again. And I get that. And so I'm struggling with, do we accept what we have? Do we accept a fundamentally flawed program and try to improve it and move on? Or do we really try to engage and look at the big picture? I mean, is this program intended to compensate for damages, or is it intended to incentivize landowners to care about wildlife? And I think the argument is, I don't think in most units in the state, we can have healthy herds without the private land. I truly don't. I mean, there are some, but I think the majority, we have to have that private land component. Public resource or not, we have to have that private land component. And if our private landowners are not incentivized to care about wildlife, we are beating our heads against the rock. It doesn't matter how much habitat work we do, how many doe hunts we cut out. None of it matters if we're not partnered with private landowners. I think we all understand the benefit to the herds that private lands bring to them. And so to me, it's proper incentivizing. Is it too much? Is it not enough? How do we get there?
Wade, I couldn't agree with you more about the private lands being a crucial part or partner in this whole thing. I guess the problem I have is, I see they had a committee, had good representation. I have huge heartburn that the bulk of the people that aren't happy with this LOA were asked to participate and chose not to. that's kind of frustrating, you know, that they didn't come to the table and want to participate. I see one of the largest landowners in the state, you know, I think, I mean, he's a pretty big landowner, participate in this program. You know, he's got CWMUs, he's got LOAs. And for him to come away and say, hey, this was fair to both sides, you know, I appreciate that he wore the hat, you know, of the private, you know, of the rancher, the private landowner, and the public, you know, and he's also a county commissioner. And I appreciate him, you know, seeing both sides of the story. So personally, I start. I like the idea that these guys form an advisory committee, you know, that they can come back and tweak this. We can review this. We can make changes to this rule, you know, if it's not fair, because at the end of the day, I mean, we want to make sure that the landowners are, you know, feel like they're compensated for their loss, because they are good partners in this. But, you know, we've got to start somewhere. And I think the changes that were made are good changes. You know, we can continue to make those changes. And anyway, like I said, I think this is a good start. You know, if some of the comments, it's the fact that people come on their property is a deal breaker to them. I don't think this, like you said, I don't think this program, I mean, I think a CWMU would be a good option. I mean, do you still have to, you know, Wade, you run a CWMU, you don't get to choose those people that draw that tag. You can't say, no, I don't like you, beat it. You know, you're wearing the wrong hat, beat it. You have to do that. I like Mark Bingham's comments. Hey, let's just take us out of this thing. Then they control exactly what happens. You know, they have nobody they can ever let on. So, I mean, I think there's lots of different options, but, you know, for this program, I think we have to, you know, have everybody participate, you know, on a level playing field. So.
Mr. Chair, could I just address the committee idea and even LOAs in general? I'm going to throw LOAs under the bus for a minute, and forgive me, those of you that are involved in one. They've been very uninvolved to a fault for a quarter century. They're very, and I'm generalizing, so forgive me if this doesn't apply to you, but they're very uninformed, very uninvolved. I mean, a lot of them don't know they're biologists. The communication between the division and the LOA has been terrible. From the LOA to their members has been terrible. I mean, I'm going to throw a number out there. Let's say there's 750, 1,000 landowners that are currently enrolled in LOAs. I'll bet 90% of them don't even know what's happening today. There is a fundamental communication issue here that I agree with you, Bryce. I struggle with some of the comments that were made here today, because I think it just comes from a place of not being informed and not being involved. And I struggle with that, because if this is important to us, you got to get involved and you've got to engage, and you need to be at the meetings. You need to understand what's going on. And so, having said that, I also look at the opposite side. It is what it is. I've grown up around stubborn, old, grouchy landowners my whole life. And it's not their cup of tea. It's not something they really want to get involved with. But I also know that they're pretty stubborn and they're pretty grouchy. And we have what we have. If it's a 30-year-old bus that we can't turn around, then we've got to figure out how to get it there. And if half the people are going to jump out the back of the bus because we don't like the way it's going, because they're just stubborn old ranchers, is that a risk we're willing to take? Is the detrimental effects from that, maybe a few small details, worth losing half of them and the negative consequences that's going to have on wildlife? I mean, that's where I'm at. Do we, is it a necessary evil that we have to work along these lines and maybe go back to the drawing board and compromise on some of this so that we don't lose? I don't like getting bullied by anybody. And so I would suggest that we not. But what's the alternative? Digging our heels in and saying, No, I don't like that. I don't like the way he said it, and I don't like his tone. I don't like his attitude. We're going, and we lose half the landowners and then turn half the wildlife on their property. I'm just really, to me, our goal needs to be the wildlife. What's going to be the best thing for the wildlife?
To your point, though, Wade, I mean, I don't think they need to jump out of the bus because there's other options, you know. We could do a CWMU, you know. They can control more of it, you know. They don't have to. Then you only have to have one person, you know. If it's you got 10 public tags, you don't have one person. You have to worry about 190 or how many of you guys are the number. So I think there's other options that they can do, you know. It's not like we're saying it's our way or the highway, because that's not. I mean, hey, there is other options. Let's explore these other, because obviously this one isn't working, but we can't just say, okay, this is good for just you guys, but everybody else has to play by these other rules. I think we've got to, you know, it's time that we make everybody play by the same rules.
I'd like to ask the division a question. Mark Bingham got up and talked about an option with the Diamond Mountain forming a CWMU and an option of pulling some of the public land out of the limited entry. Can you address what that would look like?
I don't know if I can speak too much on pulling the public land out of the limited entry. That might be more Covey's realm. But yeah, I mean, from looking at maps on Diamond Mountain, you could have one very large CWMU and another, I think that was about 15,000 acre CWMU. That would encompass most of the landowners that are on Diamond Mountain. So sort of have two CWMUs, and the really big one, honestly, I mean, you have to have 10,000 acres, so they could split that one up probably a few times as well. So.
Thank you.
I'll let one of these guys come up and answer that other.
Oh, I mean, we could sit down, you know, we probably need to sit down with a map and draw some lines and look at it, but just a rough analysis, what Chad said is true. There's some corner to corner touching, but you could fairly easily make two, you know, pretty big CWMUs that would have, you know, one would have 60 something thousand acres. The other, I think, private land on Diamond Mountain became a CWMU, we could change it to a general season unit. And, it could be managed as general season for deer and elk. And then and then effectively a CWMU is effectively a standalone limited entry unit and, could manage for higher buck to doe ratios or older age class on harvested bulls. So I think all of those things are potentially options. And I guess I want to reiterate the Division of Wildlife, we respect and appreciate the contributions of landowners and would love to work together to find solutions. And so if that's something, that we end up down that road to explore that, we're happy to do that.
And that's the way I understood Mark Bingham's remarks was that to split it out as a general season and
I don't see any reason why we would be opposed to that if that was something that was favorable and worked for everyone.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn some time over to Wade, but Gary, do you have any remarks first?
Yeah, we talk about it like a sink or swim, like whether they're going to do this or everybody's going to bail. And Wade used his bus example, which was an excellent one, but it's not like jumping out of the bus, just like switching seats. I think they have some options. I think people can evaluate their own personal situation and probably do what's best for them. With options. As far as moving forward with the rule, there's a lot of ways we could dice it up and decide what's fair and what isn't fair, but the good old boy absolute and measurable. And so until we come up with that, I think acreage makes the most sense. I'm not saying there's not a metric we can use down the road, and I've heard metrics being talked about, to revisit and see if this is working in a short period of time, see if it's working the way you want it to work based on the revisions. I think this is a workable thing, but not if we just bicker about it.
Perfect. I'm going to turn the time over to Wade, but I want one question. If this LOA forms a board of trustees or a group to work through this, the questions to the division is if they come back and they have an idea on how to do usage, even though we better, even if we approve the acreage rule today, the LOA has an idea on how to do usage better. Couldn't we take that in consideration in time?
Yeah, for sure. Rules are supposed to be reviewed every 5 years. So for sure, within that 5 years, we're open to that. I feel throughout this process, I've referenced the CWMU program a lot, and that's something the CWMU program has. And we have a really good working relationship with them to the point where I feel like if I have an issue with CWMUs, I can just go say, hey, look, this is what we're facing. They come back with, this is how partner. And I foresee the LOAs being that same way, is that and that's one of the other changes that is proposed in this new rule, is that there would be a mandatory president's meeting. I've seen some comments that are against that. The whole point of that is to help, like the comments have been made, we need to be on the same page. We need to have more communication with LOAs. They need to have more communication among themselves and among their members. And a required president's meeting every year, I think, helps us get to that point. And hopefully it makes it so it's not a one-time, once-a-year thing, but that we have multiple conversations throughout the year. But yeah, as a division, we're very open to additional things coming up in the future and working through those things with the
things they need the division to do and solve problems.
Yeah, we call it an operator training in CWMUs, but I feel like it's more of a talking session, because there is stuff that that I relay that let's do this, but there is tell me what we can do better as well. So I feel like it is a back and forth, and that it opens up a door for them to be able to communicate with the division better and give suggestions.
Thank you. With that, Wade, go ahead.
And I appreciate it. And I actually want to speak to that just real quick before I start on this other bit. But I mean, we worked with Chad on this for a long time. It was actually the CWMUs themselves that wanted bad rap from the bad CWMUs. We wanted to pull everybody in and say, hey, quit doing that. And it wasn't even the division doing it. We need that same thing on the LOA side. We need more cohesion and more, just more communication within them. But Chad brought up an interesting point to your question, Kevin. This is a scary rule. I mean, I've been pushing on it for 10 years. I know the division's been worrying about it for 15. We've done nothing. I mean, this thing has stayed the same for a long time, decades. And my fear is nobody's going to want to touch this again. And yeah, I'm sure the LOAs are going to be incentivized to try to make some adjustments down the road if it doesn't, you know, if there are some things that need to be changed. But I don't want to try to be over dramatic, but it feels like this is our one bite at the apple. And if we don't get this right, there's no change. You know, we talk about, oh, let's bring a usage component back later. I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't see that happening due to the complexity and the culture around the rule and the fact that we're dealing with 1,000 landowners. So anyway, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. I grew up in the 90s just being taught that wildlife was the bane of our existence as a ranching community and ag producers, and that, you know, anything we could do to get where of this program, the CWMU program, and as things morphed, things changed. And I live in an area now where you've got hundreds of landowners that really, really care about wildlife. But I still distinctly remember, you know, the mentality the landowners had toward wildlife. And I don't want to go back there, not even a little bit. And I know we're never going to go back there. We have the CWMU program. We have a lot of really great things, but I don't want to go back there. I don't want to lose some of the ground we've made up. And I don't have a dog in this fight. I really don't. The only dog I have in this fight is a fairness component that I really want. Chairman, if I could just discuss conflict of interest, given our training today. The division is tired of fielding phone calls about the conflict of interest that I have sitting on this board, especially with regard to this LOA issue. There are people out there in the public and in the division that are very certain that I have this huge conflict of interest. And so I just wanted to address it briefly. And I apologize for making this about me, but I am obviously spending a lot of time talking about this issue. I'm passionate about it, but I want people to understand that I'm not doing this out of a selfish interest. It's not a financial increase or decrease to me. I want the integrity of this board to be maintained. I want this for the right reasons. And I don't want misconceptions about me to take away from that. So obviously we all know, most know that I'm involved in the CWMU. I'm an operator and very involved there, and obviously have a very direct conflict of interest when it comes to CWMUs. That's why I've always recused myself from the vote. When it comes to LOAs, that is not the case. My father recently died, and so me and my many siblings inherited a small percentage of a large ranch. It's owned by a corporation. I currently own 0.6%. That might keep stucking out, so I want to say that again, 0.6%, not 6%. It's 0.6% of a corporation that owns a ranch that has 8% conflict of interest, or substantial, whatever the word was. It's 10%. I am a 3% owner of another company that administers some applications on an LOA that gets no financial benefit from it. Again, 3%. And so I'm not even legally obligated to disclose that I have any conflict of interest. The state law, the legal requirement is that it's got to be over 10% to even declare. But I want everyone to know. I don't want any decision by this board to be tainted by an individual, and certainly not me. So I wanted to get that out on the record and have everybody understand that I really, from a financial benefit, that 0.6% affords me about $60 or $70 a year if the corporation paid dividends, which they don't. There really is none. Having said that, there is a chance I'm going to recuse myself from the vote just because I don't want to cast a shadow on this board and the integrity of this board. So just wanted to get that out there. Sorry that took a little longer.
Thanks, Wade. I think that's important and takes a lot to do it. So thank you. Any other discussion?
Yeah. Oh, Brad, you want to say something?
Yeah, can I speak? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I just wanted to make a couple comments. The one thing that I've noticed through all of this discussion today is the landowner DWR relationship and landowner sportsman relationship, for that matter, that has grown over the years. That's been brought up several times over the last 30 years. That has increased, and they've got a really good working relationship right now. I remember, and the same thing happened here in northern Utah. I remember as a boy when the game warden pulled into the yard or the camp, everybody scattered and hid from him. It was like he was looking for a sinner. Now, and that's all it was back then was game wardens. We didn't recognize anything but. And now a DWR employee pulls into the yard, they're met with a smile and a shook hand. And that relationship is very valuable to landowners and to wildlife. I think when, and I only know CWMUs, this LOA thing is new to me, but when the public comes on to our CWMUs, they're met with a smile, and they're valued, and they are, you might say, we kind of roll out the red carpet for these people, and we don't know them, we've never met them before, but always they have been top-notch people that respect our private land, and I'm sure, yes, there's always a few bad actors, but that's a small percentage of the public that we deal with on our ranches. And so, yeah, we get to know them. Yeah, they call us. Yeah, they talk to us. And yes, they're respectful of our rules and what we require. And that's a win-win. Again, another plug for the CWMU. That's been brought up several times. I think the LOAs are finally, and some would argue it's a little slow, heading down that road. And I see value in that. They say they need more time. And I don't know how to go there, but maybe passing this, they can still have more time, and they're paying attention, and they're ready to work on it. It feels to me like. Another thing I wanted to bring up about this trespass issue and the people, the reason we enrolled in the CWMU was for that exact reason. We had a lot of trespass issues on both ranches that we have CWMUs on, and that helped us to address that trespass issue. Now we know who from the public is coming on, and it's easier to police now than it ever was before. And so that's been a real win. That's the reason why we signed up for the CWMU program, is for the trespass issues. I just wanted to make those comments, and I appreciate all the comments that have been made, and especially from the people that have took so much time to talk today. That's been awesome.
A question for you. So do you accompany the public landowner? Do you go with them when they're on your land?
we have, but we've done both. We have accompanied them, but more often than not, they have a list of our rules, and they've never done anything other than those rules. And so we've done both. We started out more accompanying them than in the recent years. We've kind of said, here's the key, here's the combo, there's the gate. Good luck. Here's what we know, and send us pictures. And that it's been awesome. It's been an awesome experience.
Thanks, Brett.
I'd like to make a comment, just for a second. To talk a little bit about the committee itself. In my mind, in my own feelings, I think the landowners were well represented. And I know some of the LOAs might not think so, but just to let you know, of course, we did have two LOA presidents on the board or on this committee, but we did have another individual that is a landowner and has been a past member of this wildlife board for 8 years. He got his was extended. Well, actually, he started and then he stayed on. But so he knew real well, and he just got off within the last 2 years, I think. And so he knew the issues real well on both sides. And then we had another individual that was on the committee that is also a landowner, is also a member of the Book Cliff Landowner Association, and was also on this board for 6 years. And so he knew the situation between what was going on very well. He just got off a couple years ago too, I guess, 4 years ago. And so I want the landowners to think that, I think the division did a real good job of putting people together to get that information they needed for this committee. I feel for Diamond Mountain. Those guys are between a rock and a hard spot. It's hard to not be able to do anything to help right now with that. There's with the variance going away, which is the proposed rule, the variance is going away. And if the variance was still in here, chances are it wouldn't be approved anyway. And I say that because in 2020, the variance was approved, or the variance was applied for again in 2020. In 2020, it only went to one RAC, and that was the Northeast Region RAC, and that RAC didn't approve it. That RAC basically said, you've got to allow 25% public access and not that. So I think if it would have gone to the board at that time, chances are it wouldn't have got approved, and Diamond Mountain would be in the same situation they're in today. It's too bad because I know what these landowners have done up there has been miraculous. That the animals up there in great conditions. They've over the last 30 years that I've been in the vernal area, it's Diamond Mountain become one of the premier places to hunt in the state, and it is because of the support of the landowners and the division. So the public access piece, I'd like to address that a minute. To your point, Daniel, the public access piece, and I asked Chad to make sure I'm not telling anything out of story here, but I asked Chad to find out, tell me when the public access piece was added to the LOA rule. And the public access was in the LOA rule when it was begun 30 years ago. It was part of it 30 years ago, but the variance was put in there. So Diamond Mountain has been getting that variance for 30 years. But all the other LOAs had to agree to that public access. And so it's not new. What's in this rule of public access is not a new thing. And so to put a lid on it, the lid is if you volunteer for the program, you got to do it. So I think as far as other landowners that aren't in a program like this, they shouldn't have to worry about being forced to allow any public access. I think that's the lid. If you volunteer for it, then, that's kind of the thing. Personally, I think 30 years ago when this was put into place, that public access was the key driver to getting vouchers. I think that was it. I think that was because they had to agree to it right back then. So I'd really like to help Diamond out, and others too that have issues. I'd really like to help out the access issue, and the voucher numbers are the two drivers that 10 years ago we were hearing public access, and then 6 years ago we started hearing the voucher distribution, and so that's why this board asked the division to get the committee together to address these, and I think they've done their best job as far as when you get two competing sides, you got to come to some kind of a balance, and what's being proposed is the balance that committee was able to come to. Now, I don't think it was overweighted. I think if anything, it was overweighted on the landowner side because of these other individuals that was on there. But when you do have public people on there and sportsmen on there, and that you gotta, there's kind of a give and take, and I think where they ended up is the best that committee could come up with. And I'm not sure that if we form another committee with more public people and more sportsman people and more LOA people on there, that we're going to come to anything much better. And I think Dave Shivers would agree with me on this. The committee, there was in the committee we was in, there was no appetite at all for a variance. I mean, there just wasn't. I mean, the variance, there just wasn't an appetite, and Dave did a bang up job trying to get the committee to go down that road to help Diamond Mountain with this. But there just wasn't any appetite in the committee for that, and I think that's because our communication methods through social media and everything have changed so much, our lives so much, that things are, we're communicating, the information being communicated so well or so not well that there's people are complaining a lot more. We get a lot more complaints a lot easier than we used to hear them, I think 10 or 15 years ago. So I think that's I just wanted to share that. That's kind of my thoughts and feelings of the committee that I was on.
I'll just add some of my thoughts, and a lot of it's been addressed by the board. I too think that this committee was probably one of the most balanced committees that I've seen. There was very good discussion. I was able to sit in virtually and listen to many of those meetings, and there was a lot of issues that were brought up on each side. And I think that the committee landed in the middle. I think that one of the things I think we have heard from the landowners is that the board, the division, could have done a lot better in communication. And there's been a huge lesson learned, but I want to look at the faces of the landowners today and say, you're absolutely right. Normally, when the board operates, we have 7 meetings a year. Those are all on the internet, and they're posted what the meeting's going to be, and it's up to the public to know and go to that representative rack. But in this case, it's a lot different issue. It was a really big issue, and we all should have done a much better job of making sure that it was explained to the representatives of the LOAs what their job, what we were asking of them to reach out. And the division also should have sent an email, a message, somehow got that word out. I don't even think it was given to those LOA representatives, all of the names of those LOA owners. And so I think we should take that responsibility and hear that today and make an effort on when we tackle this again, that we need to do a much better job. And I think as a board, we need to remember that and ask the division that we'll do that also.
Could I just, Mr. Chair, maybe poll the board just a little bit? I mean, to your point and to Randy's point, I guess I should start by saying I really do appreciate the committee. I've been a little critical of them probably, but I really appreciate the time they spent on there. I know they worked hard. There was a lot of hours put in on this. And I know what it's like to spend time on a committee and not really see the things you wanted to come to fruition, and it's frustrating. And I appreciate them just gutting through it and coming up with what they did. Having said that, I think they got a lot of things right. I think they got started down the difficult roads. I think a couple of them, they got a little rocky and they chickened out and came back on, found an easier road, but I think they got a lot of things right. And I think there's some room to build on what they've got. And so we've heard a lot here today that we're not done. And is there a chance that we can go back to the drawing board and finish? And I guess this would be the only justification in my mind is, as I mentioned, the landowners have been very uninvolved and for the last 25 years. And I think this has woken them up. I've heard from more of those LOAs, I'm sure you all have, than, in the last couple of weeks than I have in the last 20 years. I think they know what's going on. I think they're a little more motivated to be a part of this process. And even if they're not at the table on the committee, the fact that they can have input and be a part of this, I just think we could accomplish. I mean, we've got 1,000 landowners out there that would like to have some kind of voice. Doesn't have to be at the committee, but some kind of voice in this. I think it would be wise of us if we just went back, did a little more work. And this is not meant to kick the can down the road. We've been working on this for how many years now? But we've got 2.5 years, a year and a half before this is implemented. I care far more about getting this right than I do about getting it done, even though nobody's sicker than me of talking about this. I feel that fatigue of talking about it, but I do think there's some value in doing a little more work here, if for no other reason than engage the landowners so that we don't lose as many of them out the back of the bus. So, long point to make is, if I made the motion that we table this and gave a hard deadline of 3 months away, well, could I make that motion and just see if it even gets a second?
Can I offer a suggestion?
Yeah.
Along that? I'm not ready to kick this down the road. I'm not ready to move it, but I understand that the communication was bad on this, and we're all to blame for that. What I would suggest is that we approve this today with the caveat that our next meeting, it would be not our next meeting, but the meeting after that would be September 29th. That would allow the LOAs till the middle of August to meet, bring it back, get with Stacy, get an agenda item, bring it back through the rack and board process while this motivation is working. I don't want it to go away. I don't want it to settle and go away. It's high right now. Let's get it done right now. And so we approve this with the caveat that they have the opportunity to come back on September 29th. That sounds like a long time away, but it's mid-August, but they got to get the stuff ready. And they come back to us with ideas, and it's them that gets the committee together. It's them that works it through the rack. It's not us, it's them. And
you've got to address what, so if we prove the rule, what are they bringing back to us? What particular part?
they can bring whatever they want if they think they can get it through the rack and board process. But if they miss the deadline, can't come to an agreement, or can't get rack and board process, this goes into effect. So that this is, we've seen way too many things where we say, hey, we're going to kick this, we're going to do this later. We never see them again. We never see them again. We've got the motivation now. These folks are motivated. We're motivated. Let's capitalize on that. But I don't want to vote in September on this. I'm ready to vote on it now. I think it's a fair rule. But I want to listen to what ideas they've got to do on this. But I don't want whatever to delay this. This gives them a hard deadline. You've been heard. You've got 2 months to get it ready. you bring your spokesman, work with the DWR, get this in an agenda item, get it through the rack and board process, and you've now had your input. And then we go from there.
So I'll add some thoughts to that. That is totally different than we've ever done.
We've never done it.
Normally we have a motion that's very specific that can go in a proclamation or a guidebook and this well spelled out. I would be more open that if you had a specific item of say, spreading out the access, having the landowners have a solution on how they would do that on their own land. I think that would be more specific. But with that, with what you've explained, I would ask the director what his thoughts are on that also.
And just on that, I mean, let's be honest, it's access and vouchers. Yeah. How many you get for the acreage you got and how those guys get to hunt. Those are the two topics. Everything else is just fluff. So, I mean, those are the two topics, but I know this is absolutely different. That's why I think we need to pass it and then have them make recommendations, and then maybe we amend it and repass it on the 29th.
Can you speak to that?
Well, I can see the wisdom in it, Carl. It goes both ways. You know, we don't do it today. That'll motivate us to get it done in September. We do it today, they'll be motivated to come back. I mean, to me, as long as we've got the ability to work this through further. I guess here's my concern, and I think we all understand this. The potential detrimental effects of us getting this wrong are significant. And I hope that we're all motivated and want to do what's best for wildlife to the point where we'll be flexible. And that's what I'm hearing from your suggestion, Carl, is that we're flexible and we want to entertain some other options. I get that we don't want to kick this any farther down the road, but as long as we're willing to come back to the table and say, you know what, that's actually a reasonable suggestion and hear it, I think that's all that can be asked.
Thanks. I appreciate the conversation here. I think I understand this correctly from what Carl's saying is that the LOAs would make a recommendation through the RAC process.
Yes.
And I'm not sure, I'm not sure that can't happen, but I'm not sure that is the way this should be done. I would recommend that if there were something like that and the rule was passed, that maybe the committee and the division with representation from the LOAs meet and come back with the division to any amendments for a recommendation. Perfect. And the division would run that through. That seems like the process. I don't think we want to start having sole entities run stuff through our RAC and public process.
I agree, and I absolutely think that's the way that should work. I just want it done now. Rather than thinking 10 years from now, God, why didn't we do something? We need to capitalize on everybody's interest right now.
To Wade's point, we've gone down the road. We've started the ship in the good direction. Let's capitalize on it. Vote today. What has this board not ever came up with that we haven't changed a little bit? We're always making tweaks to everything. So if the LOA has, if they come up with a committee and next year or 2 years, or maybe it's reviewed 3 years like the Northern RAC suggested instead of 5, but they come back with a recommendation, we're going to listen to them. If they want to make a change, say, hey, we need to tweak this acreage thing. Let's listen to them. Let's be partners. But I don't think that we need to, keep pushing the decision down the road. We had good representation. Let's let's vote on it. And it can always be tweaked. We can always make changes. So I just think it's a good start.
One thing I want to bring up is that, we're kind of talking as an umbrella, but remember there's some separate issues in there. If we're getting ready for motions with the general season, several things that we don't lose that in as you get ready for motions. Not at this time.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion, I think. I'd like to make a motion that we remove the section that talks about the loss of preference points for general season landowner tags from this rule. And so that I don't like the idea of incentivizing a landowner for the wildlife by saying, here's a tag, thank you for doing this for us. And then, by the way, whoever uses it is going to get penalized by losing their points. To me, that just doesn't feel good. And I know 2 years ago we talked about it, but I would like to make that motion that we take that portion out of this proposed rule.
The preference points.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll second that.
Okay.
Did you get that, Stacy? Thank you.
We've got a motion on the table by Randy, seconded by Carl. Any questions on the motion? Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Brett? And Brett's a yes. All right, motion passes unanimous.
Could I address the general season issue while we're there?
Yeah.
And maybe let me frame this up and then make a motion. We'll see where it goes. When I first started down this issue, I felt like there was more improvement needed to be made on the general season stuff than the LOA stuff. Quite frankly, I care more about this general season side of it than I do the LOA side. And it's because I think there's a lot of general season property out there that is greatly benefiting our herds. And our current incentive package to general season landowners is kind of laughable. Certainly when you compare it to what we're offering to the LOAs. And the message to me, the very clear message it sends to our general season landowners, well, to all landowners, is if you're a limited entry landowner, we care about the benefit that you provide to our wildlife herd. If you're a general season landowner, we don't really care about the benefit you're bringing to our herd. I mean, what we're offering them to incentivize general season landowners to care about wildlife is literally pitiful. In a lot of cases, it's insulting. It's very focused. It's very restrictive. And if they don't hunt or they don't have family that hunt, there's literally nothing. We're not offering them anything in return to say, thank you for allowing wildlife to be on your property. Thank you for fixing those fences they break and for hauling more water that they drink. I mean, if you're a general season landowner, we don't care. That is the very clear message. It's been sent for decades. And I've always felt like that was unfair. I'm like, there's got to be a way for us to richen that pot up, to increase that incentive to them. And I mean, we look at this 3%. We talk about we want there to be consistency, and that was the motivation for this. Well, there is no consistency in that. On the LOA side, what are we doing? We're going an acreage base, and if 10% is private land, then they get 10% of the permits. Well, in general season, it's just a flat 3%. We don't care if that's 1% of that unit is private or 21% of that unit is private. We don't care. It's 3%. Where's the consistency? Where's the equity in that? And I get the host of challenges because I spent 2 years of my life working through some of these issues, but I think we've got to do better. We've got to do better to incentivize our general season landowners. And I get that tackling that 3% is going to be a monumental lift and probably a non-starter. But could we entertain other options? And let me throw this one out.
I think you're getting ready for motion.
Yeah.
But I want to ask the division, the committee, where it came up with this. Is that appropriate?
Yeah.
Chad, can you address the discussion that the committee had on this?
Can we ask one more question too while he's asking this? how many people didn't get tags that put in for them in the 3% pool?
They might be able to answer it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a good point is, like I said, there's 3,000 available statewide and only just over 1,000 were issued. So Southern region is the only region that we're bumping up against that 600. So every other region besides the Southern region, if you're a landowner and you wanted a permit, you got one. I don't know that Kevin's here, but maybe he can answer, but I don't know exactly have we had people that weren't able to get landowner permits in the Southern region, or were we just right up against it? How many? About 50 or sorry? So that Stacy doesn't get mad at me, I'll come to the microphone. At least the last 3 years and maybe a little bit longer, we've had that 600 permits available for landowners in the Southern region, and we've sold out of those before the season was, or the season started. So we're running things completely different in the Southern region. We reach out to all of our landowners starting in April or March or April, letting them know now's the time to get your application. And we try to over communicate with them so that nobody gets surprised at the end, because the first year it was really unpleasant because we had landowners coming in who had been getting permits for years, and all of a sudden came in the day before the rifle hunt started, which in the past had always worked, and they were told, no, we were out of permits, and they were not very happy. And so we've changed how we're doing things down there to make sure everybody's aware of that this is a limited resource. But in terms of just answering Chad's question, it's well over, I could get you an exact number, but I would guess somewhere between 50 and 150 landowners the last couple of years that would qualify for the program have not been able to get permits because we've run out.
Kevin, is this new proposed rule where instead of giving a cap of 600 tags per region, that we're going with 3% per region, is that going to help the Southern region or hurt the Southern region?
Well, it's going to mean fewer landowners are going to get tags than have in the past. We've had that cap of 600. This will reduce that cap under the current number of permits that we're giving. If we go back up to kind of where we would like to be, where we're issuing 97,000 tags statewide, that'll bring that back up closer to that 600 and make it more closer to what it was. But under the current circumstance, when we're dealing with deer herds that are reduced because of droughts, and we're reducing public draw permits as a result, it's also going to reduce tags for the private landowners in the Southern region below that 600 level that they've been used to.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I address kind of to Bryce's point and what Chad is saying? I'm glad you brought it up because to me, it comes back to the heart of the issue. Are we incentivizing them? We offered 3,000 tags last year and they took us up on how many? Just over 1,000? Is it because, there weren't permits available? No. Is it because maybe that's not an incentive for them? I mean, it's a little bit like saying, here's this rotten pineapple. I hope you like fruit and I hope you don't mind it's rotten. I mean, if you don't want it, you don't want it. You can have 10,000 of them. And if it's of no value, nobody cares. And so that's my point is, let's create something that is of value, that is actually going to incentivize and reward our general season landowners for all they're contributing to wildlife. And so I just want to throw this out for vote and debate. Let's change it up a little bit. Let's allow them to be transferable. They can continue to use them. They can continue to let their grandkids use them, or they can sell them. They can be transferable just like a limited entry voucher. And again, we're back to consistency. We're treating them and saying, we appreciate your contribution to wildlife just like we do a limited entry landowner. Can I make that a motion?
You can. And can I ask a question to Lindy? Can you come and address what that looks like?
You can see my head like thinking through. I was like, Okay. Yeah. So as of right now, these aren't vouchers. So they can't be transferable because of statute. So it would be a whole rewrite of the whole program to turn them into vouchers. So it's going to be
Does that take legislature or
for permit, yes. To transfer a permit,
to make them vouchers?
to make them vouchers, no. But I would have to think through it, and I just can't think through all of that right now on, drop of a dime. But as of right now, they are permits that these landowners come and get versus like the LOA program, they're actually vouchers, and that's why they are transferable because they're not an actual physical permit. So
Is the motion legal for us to vote on now?
probably not because they're not vouchers, they're permits, and statute wouldn't allow us to transfer them.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Director?
Not to the legality of it, but to the fact that the committee didn't make that recommendation, nor did it go to the regional advisory councils for their input. I think that's something that the whole state should be able to have some say in, and we should get public input. That would be my 2 cents.
Yeah, it's a whole new program that would be developed if you went a voucher route.
I will just say that the committee discussed this a couple different times and came to the conclusion in the committee that it isn't anything that they wanted to support. I think so. I'll put that in.
Mr. Chair, could I speak to the committee side of things? And again, I do appreciate all the work that's gone into the committee from the committee members. Having said that, I'm not entirely sure it's appropriate for us as a public body. I don't think we can delegate our authority as policymakers to somebody else. That committee is set up to provide recommendations for us, not to become policymakers. And I fear we're going down a path where we don't want to go against the committee because of all those volunteer hours and all that they've done. And I understand that. But then by default, we're making them the policymakers. We've been appointed to be the policymakers, not them. And so I think we need to be a little cautious. I get the points that are being made. They're absolutely valid. But I think we need to be a little cautious saying, the committee didn't want to do it and they're the boss, so we better not go against them. It worries me.
And just on that point, I'm not opposed to that idea, but I won't vote for it today. I mean, that's really the way that I think there's some merit there. I think there's some things we need to look at. I don't want some guy walking in and buying 150 of them. I mean, we need to sort through some things, but I'm not opposed to that.
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify something real quick?
Please.
So with these landowner general season deer tags, I just want to make sure that you guys understand that family members and leases can obtain these permits. It's just not the owner, but family members. So, when they go to redeem these, if they are a family member or leasing of the property, they can receive one of these general season deer permits.
Thank you.
And I think you're exactly right. Wade on, they're not policymakers, but we as a board asked them to be convened so that we could get their input. And so that's what we need to take is take their input with the other sources that we get and make a decision.
So is the motion still on the table?
I can die for like a second.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Thank you. I'm ready to throw out a motion. I still think it's important to work on this right now, but I think it's important to vote today. So I'll make the motion that we approve the Landowner Association rule changes in the form that, I don't know what we want to call this, after the racks and they met and added a few things, that we approve them, that version of the Law Enforcement Association rule change.
Landowner.
Law enforcement, sorry, another lifetime. Landowner Association and allow the division, the committee, and the landowners to whoever want to work on this with a timetable of having the division put it on the agenda for the board's September 29th. And we go put back through any changes we put back through. If we don't get an amendment, if we don't meet the deadline, or we can't get the votes, what's today goes into effect.
And the division would bring that back.
Yes.
Okay, we got a motion on the table. I'm going to ask the director if he comfortable with that motion.
Comfortable would be a strong word. Charles, can we do that? Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
I'm willing to accept that, but if they come back and they don't have something that the division and the committee agree is something new that gets presented, that it just dies and it's as is today. So they don't have to we don't have to take it through the racks again unless there's something
That's agreed upon.
that's agreed upon. Is that?
Yeah, I want to capitalize on this motivation and I'll call it what it is. I want to hold everybody's feet to the fire. Let's get all of these viewpoints out on the table, get something done. If it's something needs to be changed, let's get it changed now and not forget about this and be 3 years from now having the same discussion.
Colby?
Just a point of clarification on the exact motion and the intent of the motion. Although it is hard to talk with life-size Brett right there on the screen. So Brett, you're bigger than life right now, buddy. So the point of clarification is, and I think you helped with this, Bryce, and that is that if it is determined through this process that there are some changes that we could implement to make it better, the board would intend that went through the rack and then back to the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And both bodies would have to approve it. But if this groups can't agree on anything, it's done. And this happens today.
Okay. Thank you.
I would second that motion.
Okay, Chair. We've got a motion and a second. I'll ask for question, but Wade?
Just to ask Carl, would you entertain the idea of accepting a friendly amendment to include that there be a mandatory LOA training and that there be some provision in there that they either have their own advisory committee or they be a part of the CWMU advisory committee?
I guess we have it in this, that there is a mandatory training in the proposal.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to force them to have an association. I hope they do, but
So I think the intent of the advisory committee is when there are problems that it from an LOA, if there's an LOA issue where they're not allowing public access, then it comes to that committee. The concept would be, do we want them to form their own advisory committee? Or do we want them just add a few seats, as was mentioned, to the current CWMU advisory committee, and then all LOA complaints come to there and are addressed there?
I think that portion of it does help solve some problems. That there is a complaint board and they can come back. But the other is in the rule that they meet.
I mean, once again, the emails I got said we don't want one-day training. So if these guys don't want to do this, so be it. I hope that they change that view and they have this and they're asking to do that, but I am not going to force them to do that. I mean, there was an objection to a one-day training. So.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table by Carl, seconded by Bryce. Any other questions on the motion?
Let me just make a comment. I can support this only because 6 years ago, the board asked the division to do exactly what we're doing now. 2 years ago, the board asked us to do this. We've kicked this can down the road at least 6 years. Nothing's changed. The problem, and I can support it because the same issues we've been trying to address are still popping their ugly head up which is access and voucher distribution. So I can support that. I think we need to do that. We need to go back to the drawing board, talk about it a little bit more and see what we can do to improve this thing. And if we can't come up to something that improves it, then we got to go with what we got to go with, because we have to do something. I think we can't kick it down the road any longer.
Okay. All right, start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse myself.
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous with one abstention. Do we need that? Does that pass everything? Do we need to pass the rest of the rule, or?
I think it did. I
Got it.
passed it as is.
Okay. We good, Stacy? All right. I do want to express to all those in attendance that we absolutely appreciate and value, even though it's absolutely hard issues that we've taken. We do appreciate all the input that you've given. With that, we'll close the meeting.
Mr. Chair, is now a good time? I'd like two things that maybe we add to an action log item in the future. I don't know if now's a good time, but I've been talking with a few people. I've kind of got an idea that, and it's floated around and a few people have talked about it, but that we look at possibly doing like a youth dedicated hunter program where the first 5 years from age 12 to 17, that they get a deer tag every year. During that time, they can only kill 3 deer. And we maybe get them involved somehow, but look at that the youth can have an opportunity to hunt every year, but only kill 3 deer, in that 5-year period. So I'd kind of like division just to look at that and see if that's,
You'd like to put on the action log? I'd like to open it up to the division to some comments first. Let's,
okay.
Colby or Director.
I know I'm probably catching them off guard, but I don't know. Sorry, Colby. Now's as good a time as ever.
It was really loud back there, Bryce. So could you please repeat that?
Just to have the division look at doing kind of a youth dedicated hunter program where from age 12 to 17, so the first 5 years that they get to hunt, they get a deer tag every year, but they only get to kill like 3 deer during that 5-year period. But every year they're going to get to be in the field participating, with the hunt.
So you're asking for it to be different than the current youth dedicated hunter program?
Yeah.
We'd have to call it a different name or something like that.
Well, yeah, and I'm so sorry but something along those lines.
Yeah.
That we can get the youth every year.
Sure.
But, there's a limited amount of deer they can kill, but they get to participate every year.
Okay. We can investigate that.
Okay.
If that's what the board would like us to do.
And I think just prior to Bryce coming on, the board actually addressed that. Can you talk to I think you'll probably talk to some of that, Lindy.
So what do you want me?
Well, I think one of the things you presented that if you did that I think it goes to about 9 years. And this is before the reduction in deer. It would take adults every 9 years that they'd get a tag. That was before we lowered the numbers, but speak to what that looks like.
So for the youth, currently, so if they sign up for the dedicated hunter program right now, they go into it, it's a 3-year program. Most youth can draw every unit. And then
Without doing archery, because a lot of times archery or muzzleloader.
no, I'm talking about in the dedicated hunter, so they get to hunt all
Okay.
3 seasons. So
Okay.
currently, right now, we set aside 15% of the quota of the dedicated hunter quota for youth. So no, 20% of the 15%, just like in the general season round, we set aside for the dedicated hunt for the youth and dedicated hunter program. And currently, right now, most units are not utilized by the youth. So they could hunt all 3 years, get a tag. But like how we said, we can look into it. But right now, most youth that would apply for Decade Hunter could draw that unit.
I just think that there's some opportunities, like when Brock made his presentation a while back about the 2 points and stuff, that, maybe we can get creative, but
Yeah.
allow these kids to hunt every year. We don't need to let them harvest every year, but get them in the field every year.
Yeah.
And make it easy.
No, like I said, we can definitely investigate it, but there are plenty of opportunities for the youth in the Decade Hunter program currently, but we can look and explore at different avenues.
Thank you. So, any comment from the rest of the board?
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
Okay. I think we probably should. So motion by Bryce.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, Bryce?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes, added to the action log. Anything else? All right. With that, we will close the meeting. Thank you.